It was last winter, and I was living alone in a small neighborhood home. It was one of those places where everything beyond the backyard dissolved into dense trees and undeveloped land. I'd lived there for about a year by then and had never really run into any issues. It was quiet, which I liked, and even though the house was on the older side, it still felt warm and cozy. This all happened over a long weekend when it was snowing on and off and extremely cold outside, often dipping below zero. Naturally, I stayed inside all day to avoid the freeze. That night, after eating dinner and cleaning up around the house, I watched TV for a bit before turning everything off and heading to bed around 11. One thing I should mention about the bedroom is that for about 3 months leading up to this, the lock on my door had been broken. It was one of those standard push locks, and I just noticed one night that it stopped working. As long as all the main exterior doors were locked, my bedroom door really shouldn't have mattered. The hassle of buying a new mechanism and replacing it just felt completely unnecessary. That being said, sometime later that night, I woke up abruptly. My heart was beating fast for no obvious reason. I could feel the internal alarms going off in my head. At the same time, I tried telling myself there was a chance the door just hadn't latched properly and drifted open on its own. Maybe I got out of bed and walked over, avoiding turning on the lights, hoping I could just shut it and get back to sleep. I closed it, double-checked that it was latched in the frame, and got back into bed. As I lay there, though, I could tell something inside me wasn't satisfied. My gut just knew there was more to it. I kept opening my eyes and scanning the room. Seeing nothing, I stubbornly lay there for probably 30 minutes, hoping to fall back asleep before something moved inside the house. I heard it as a faint shuffle on the floorboards, either downstairs or in the hall. I sat up and strained to listen, but the sound didn't repeat. I was frozen in bed, sitting upright and not making a single sound. I was terrified that if I moved or got up, I wouldn't hear it again or wouldn't be able to figure out what it was. Eventually, after listening intently for a while, I lay back down. I waited and listened for what felt like forever, and I don't even remember falling back asleep. I didn't realize I had drifted off until I woke up abruptly a second time. My heart was racing just like before. When my eyes adjusted to the dark, I saw the exact same sight. My bedroom door was cracked open again. I lay there staring at the gap in the doorway, gazing into the pitch black beyond it. Naturally, the hallway light was off, making it a much deeper black outside my room. I tried convincing myself again that it must be the house shifting. That explanation didn't sit right this time, though, because I was very aware of how intentionally I had closed it the first time. I started to swing my legs out from under the covers to walk over there again. Just as I moved, something shifted behind the door frame, as if someone had stepped out of the darkness right in the crack of the doorway. I froze completely. I didn't hear a sound, though no footsteps walking away. Nothing. Just the wind causing the house to creak. I had no idea if whoever was standing right outside that door was still there, if they were watching me, or what they were planning to do. I stood motionless and dead quiet for 5 whole minutes, though it felt like hours, before I suddenly bolted to the door, slammed it shut, and threw all my body weight against it. Whoever it was didn't try to push back. There were about 15 seconds of pure silence, and then I heard soft, dull footsteps slowly move down the hallway and down the stairs. It sounded like they walked toward the back door, and then everything went silent again. I quickly called the police, and thankfully nothing else happened during the 10 minutes I waited for them to arrive. They took a lengthy report of the entire night and everything I knew, which wasn't much, and searched the home top to bottom. They found nothing inside. However, as we were standing in the kitchen discussing what happened, I glanced toward the back door, explaining that was the last direction I heard the footsteps going, and I saw him again. It was his silhouette, standing among the trees just beyond my backyard. He moved away quickly before the officers could turn to look. He had likely been standing out there in the dark, watching us through the windows from afar, which was insanely unsettling. I spent that night at a friend's house and stayed away for the next few days. Over the next few weeks, I didn't receive any real updates from the police, but as the snow cleared up, there were faint, worn trails through the trees, clearly made by someone walking the exact same path over and over, and the trail led directly up to the back of my house. Whoever this guy was, he had been stalking me for a long time, long enough to wear a visible footpath into the forest floor. Perhaps the most disturbing discovery was that he likely broke in through one of the back windows, which I realized didn't lock properly. Much like my bedroom door. It could have been a coincidence, but considering how long he had been watching me, there's a strong chance that night wasn't the first time he'd stepped inside my house. And the broken lock on my bedroom door might not have been a random occurrence either. Needless to say, I packed up and moved far away from that place. I just desperately hope I wasn't followed. I was somewhere in northern Oregon when the second thing happened. I don't remember the exact highway, but it wasn't a main one. Just one of those empty back roads bordered by miles of dense forest. I'd been driving for hours with the music turned down low and the windows cracked to keep myself awake. It was supposed to be a standard road trip, just visiting a few spots, driving around, and clearing my head from all the noise. Nothing too crazy. I had been keeping a relatively close eye on my gas gauge, checking it periodically and aiming to fill up whenever it hit a quarter tank. I guess this time I pushed my luck too far. When the low fuel warning light clicked on, I assumed I still had plenty of miles to reach the next gas station. I even checked my phone, pulled up directions to the nearest pump. It wasn't ideal, but I assumed I would make it fine. I was definitely getting nervous, though, given there were no closer options even if I turned around. I kept driving, glancing down at my phone. A while later, I checked again a few minutes after that, and it still read 35 minutes. I remember staring at that number, questioning if it was even accurate anymore. Surely it was just a temporary glitch. I looked down again a couple of minutes later, and that's when I fully realized the GPS wasn't updating at all. It was frozen on the 35-minute mark, and the icon representing my car was completely still. I started messing with my phone, trying to reset the route and pressing every button I could, but before I could fix it, my car sputtered. My stomach dropped immediately. I prayed it was just a temporary hiccup from being low on fuel rather than completely empty. I only made it another 30 seconds before it sputtered again, then again, and completely cut out. It wouldn't turn back on at all. I coasted onto the shoulder of the road and sat in total silence for a minute, unable to process the situation I was suddenly stuck in. I looked around at the place where I had just become trapped. The forest on both sides of the road was dark and lifeless, devoid of any lights, with a thick fog hanging over them. It sent a chill down my spine just looking at it. I felt eerily isolated. I grabbed my phone to call for help, but it took me about 10 seconds to realize why the GPS had frozen and why my calls wouldn't go through. I had zero service whatsoever. I put my head in my hands for a second, realizing just how screwed I was, and then stepped out of the car. I reasoned that if my phone's GPS had been frozen at 35 minutes for a while, I might only be 10 or 15 minutes away from the gas station. There was no real way to know how long the screen had been frozen after all. If I was lucky, I could walk down the road and reach the station in half an hour or so. Besides, what other choice did I actually have? I grabbed a small flashlight from the glove box, manually locked the car with my physical key, and started walking down the asphalt. It was empty and quiet, but not in a peaceful way. It was quiet in a can barely see past the fog in pitch darkness kind of way. The woods on either side of me were unnervingly silent. Every time I glanced over, my eyes would dart around the shadows between the trees. It was just my imagination filling in the dark spaces with fake shapes, so I tried to stop looking altogether. I kept my eyes fixed straight ahead on the endless stretch. The flashlight was nice to have, but the beam barely cut through 10 feet of the thick fog. About 5 minutes into the walk, I heard a noise. It was the distinct snapping of branches. It definitely wasn't the wind or trees swaying in the breeze. Something was stepping on branches and snapping them in the darkness. I stopped dead in my tracks. The forest went completely quiet. I pointed my flashlight toward the noise and stared into the dark. The longer I looked, the more uneasy I felt. Seeing those strange shadows again and knowing felt like if I kept staring for too long, something terrible would happen. I forced myself to look away and kept walking, stepping a bit faster to put distance between myself and that spot. A few minutes later, I noticed something sitting on the right side of the road up ahead. At first, all I could make out was a large shape resting near the tree line. I assumed it was just a fallen tree trunk, As I got closer and shone my flashlight on it, I realized it was a car. It was an old, beat-up sedan halfway lodged into the woods far past the shoulder. Strangely, it didn't look like it had crashed. It looked more like someone had slowly driven it off the road to the edge of the trees and simply left it there. The driver's side door was sitting slightly ajar, and the vehicle looked like it had been sitting there for weeks, if not months. It was far enough off the road that unless you were walking right along the edge like I was, no passing vehicle would ever spot it. Seeing that abandoned car illuminated in my flashlight beam deeply disturbed me. The thought that someone else had been out here, perhaps also running out of gas or breaking down, made my skin crawl. Whatever happened to them afterward clearly wasn't good if their car was still sitting here abandoned. I didn't call out or shine my light deeper into the trees. I don't know why, but I had an overwhelming sensation that if I looked too closely, right as I had that thought and realized I needed to keep moving, another sound. It was a distinct rustle in the bushes near one of the trees behind the sedan, followed by another. I turned instinctively toward the noise, and for a split second, I thought my mind was playing trick. I actually saw something. It wasn't clear. No visible faces or specific details. Just shadowy figures moving between, and there was more than one. It was a group of people moving through the forest just outside my line of sight. My entire body went ice cold. I started speed walking down the road immediately. I didn't sprint because I had an instinctual feeling that I shouldn't look like panicked prey, but I walked as fast as I possibly could. I tried to pretend I didn't hear the footsteps that began matching my pace. Multiple pairs of feet were crunching through the leaves and twigs, following me right along the edge of the woods. I was genuinely too terrified to shine my light over there or even turn my head, mortified of what I might see. Through all of that chaos, I somehow failed to notice a truck coming up behind me. It wasn't until the pickup pulled up right alongside me and a man shouted through the rolled-down window that I jumped and realized he was there. It was a standard, dusty-looking pickup truck. The driver looked to be in his 50s with gray streaks in his beard. He looked exhausted, but not necessarily dangerous. "You stranded? What are you doing walking around out here? You're a long way from anything," he called out. I was so rattled that I just answered truthfully, telling him my car ran out of gas and that I was trying to walk to the nearest station. The man let out a brief, disbelieving smirk like I was out of my mind. "Hop in. I'll take you to the station. I think you're a lot further away than you realize." During that brief conversation, every single sound and movement in the forest completely stopped, leaving the night dead silent again. It was as if everything in the woods froze for those 30 seconds. I hesitated for a second, but ultimately decided to get in. Hitchhiking in the middle of nowhere was never something I thought I'd do. But staying out there alone on the side of the road with whatever was lurking in the dark felt infinitely worse. Felt like a gamble either way, but it paid off. The older man genuinely just wanted to help, and he seemed just as cautious about the hitchhiking situation as I was. He mentioned that he rarely offered rides, but he lived on a farm an hour north and drove this road frequently. He said he had never seen anyone wandering around at night. I didn't mention the figures or the footsteps I'd heard in the woods, not wanting to sound completely unhinged. The drive to the gas station took much longer than I anticipated, nearly 25 minutes in the car. It would have taken me hours to walk that distance, assuming I even made it past that stretch of forest. When we arrived, the man patted my shoulder and wished me luck. That was it. No weird behavior, no strange remarks, just a stranger helping. I walked inside, bought a gas can, and took the clerk's advice to call the police for help now that I had cell reception. He mentioned the local sheriff's department was helpful and would gladly give me a ride back to my car to make sure. Thank God I took his advice, because being dropped off back at my car alone in the dark would have been. When the officer drove me back to the spot, we found my car, but it had been moved. It was pushed off the shoulder and parked right at the edge of the forest, almost identically to how the other abandoned sedan had been left. Someone or that group had rolled my car down there so nobody passing by would see it. That was the moment I told the officer everything I had seen. The rest of that night turned into a complete mess. To sum it up, the police filed a report and did a quick search of the area, but nothing ever came of it. There were no suspects, no nearby houses, and nobody else had reported seeing anything strange. Even the other abandoned car turned out to have no license. There's really no telling what those people in the forest were doing out there, or what would have happened to me if that pickup truck hadn't pulled up at that exact second. I had booked an Airbnb. It was a small getaway cabin tucked into a forest, with several other identical cabins spread across the owner's property. There were faint, unmarked paths. It was only 3 hours from my house, and I just wanted to spend a few quiet days relaxing in the woods. On my second day, I slept in until noon, made some coffee. Just before sunset, I threw on a hoodie and went outside for. I didn't have a specific destination in mind and was just following a narrow dirt trail behind the cabin. I assumed it would lead past the other cabins and eventually loop back around. Once I got deeper into the woods along the trail, I noticed some people standing out in the trees, maybe 200 or 300 yards away. They were quite a distance off, but the way they were standing was unsettling. It was two men, completely motionless, staring down at something on the ground. It didn't look like they were talking or doing anything other than staring fixatedly at the forest floor. It was strange enough that I figured they were probably just guests from one of the other cabins exploring the woods, and that it only looked weird because of how far away I was. At least that's what I hoped. I kept walking for another few minutes, but I began to notice that the trail wasn't looping or curving back at all. It was heading straight deep. Between having just seen those strange men and realizing the trail wasn't taking me where I thought, I decided it was best to turn. It came from somewhere behind me and sounded like a strange, distorted scream or animal call. similar to an elk bellowing, but with something. I spun around and froze instantly. The two men were standing on the trail behind me, still far off, maybe 150 yards away, and completely still. They were facing me directly, possibly staring right at me, though it was hard to. Honestly, whatever that bellowing sound was, it felt far too loud and unnatural to have come from them. Even if they were attempting, the sound had echoed throughout the entire forest, unlike anything I had ever heard before. Yet there those two men were, following behind me on the path. After standing there staring at them for about 15 seconds, I took a few slow steps backward. That was when both men suddenly stepped off the trail and walked directly into the trees. They kept walking until they vanished into the dense woods. I stood there for a few minutes without moving, knowing I had to walk right past where they were standing to get back to my cabin. I wanted to be completely certain they were gone before I moved, and I definitely wasn't going to venture any further down the unknown trail. After waiting 5 minutes and feeling reasonably confident they had left the area, I hurried back down the path and made it safely to the cabin. I briefly thought about messaging the Airbnb host to ask about the trail or the two men, but I worried it would sound paranoid and uncalled for. I decided to keep it to myself, tossed some fresh wood onto the fire, and took a deep breath. The sun had mostly set by that point, so I had no intention of stepping outside for the rest of the night. Not that I would have wanted to after what I saw out there anyway. I made some tea and sat down by the fireplace. After about half an hour, I started to feel much more comfortable and was actually beginning to unwind. That relief only lasted about 15 minutes before I heard that exact same sound again. It was the same bellowing scream I had heard out in the woods. It sounded like it was still a distance away, but I had no idea how soundproof the cabin walls were, so I couldn't be sure how close it actually was. I stood up and peered out the back window. I couldn't see a thing beyond the faint, dark silhouettes of the trees. It was far too dark outside. The longer I stood there staring into the blackness, the more unnerved I became. A cold chill ran down my spine as I pulled the curtains shut over the glass. I pulled out my phone and started searching for what kind of creature could make a noise like that. I thought maybe it was just a common local animal call that I wasn't familiar with, since I wasn't much of an outdoorsman and lacked the knowledge. After searching for a while, I couldn't find a single matching animal sound online. The deeper I went down that rabbit hole, the more creeped out I felt. I put my phone face down and tried my best to force it out of my mind. Another 30 minutes passed by. I can't say I did a very good job of forgetting about it, though. Through the crackling fireplace, I heard a few sudden footsteps on the front doorstep of the cabin. Boots were thumping loudly on the wood. They stopped right outside the door. My heart was pounding in my chest. A long 20 seconds passed before a slow, deliberate knock rattled the door. I couldn't tell you how terrified I was as I crept up to the entrance and peered out the peephole. They were wearing masks. They were those cheap plastic animal masks that only cover the front of your face. They had pulled hoods over their heads and looked nearly identical to one another. I immediately began dialing 911 while backing away from the door. I heard them knock again just as I got through to the dispatcher. I tried to whisper quietly, but I was pretty sure they could still hear my voice through the walls. I was only halfway through explaining my situation when a sudden, heavy thud slammed against the door. For a split second, I thought they were about to burst right in. I felt the most intense, blinding fear I had ever experienced. Right after that thud, however, I heard their footsteps heavy on the porch as they walked away. It took nearly 30 minutes for a police officer to arrive. He found a deep mark on the outside of the door. The officer took note of everything, though it was hard to tell if he actually believed me. I knew how crazy it all sounded. I got out of there immediately afterward and obviously never booked those cabins again. Every couple of months, I still look up local news from that area, expecting to read about strange disappearances in those woods. So far, I haven't found anything. What those men truly wanted remains unknown to this day. I was taking a long road trip with my good friend Carter to visit some old friends from college. The drive was pretty far, about 15 hours total, but we figured between the two of us we could handle it in one straight shot. I started off behind the wheel. About 4 hours in, Carter took over the driving. The plan was for me to catch some sleep while he drove, but I genuinely couldn't fall asleep. I don't know what it was, but I just couldn't get. By the time it was my turn to drive again, I was exhausted, maybe even more tired than before he took over. I was still able to keep my eyes glued to the road and stay focused. Somehow, though, I completely failed to notice the gas gauge dropping dangerously low. We were driving Carter's old Chevy, which didn't have any fancy tech or warnings to alert you when the tank was low. It just had a basic analog gas gauge that I hadn't even bothered looking at. It wasn't until the car started sputtering violently that I realized we were running on fumes. Carter woke up abruptly and began frantically searching his phone for the nearest gas station. Not even 30 seconds later, I had to pull off the highway entirely because the car would no longer accelerate. I felt so incredibly stupid. To make matters worse, Carter said the closest station was 4 miles up the road. We were stranded in the absolute middle of nowhere. It was just flat plains all around us, and there weren't any other cars on the road. We debated our options for a few minutes, but Carter ultimately decided he would walk to the station and bring back a gas canister while I stayed behind to guard the car. Probably wasn't the best plan, but it felt like a total waste to call a tow truck and pay $200 for a quick splash of gas when a station was technically within walking distance. Even though it was 1 a.m. and pitch black outside, Carter didn't seem bothered at all as he stepped out of the car and started walking down the shoulder. Within a minute, he had completely vanished into the darkness. I sat back in the driver's seat, kicking myself over how foolish I was for getting us into this mess. Just a couple of minutes later, I saw headlights approaching down the road from up ahead. The vehicle drove down and past us, but it was moving much slower than it should have been. I think the speed limit was 55 or 60, but they rolled by doing maybe 15 or 20. I watched in the side mirror as they failed to speed back up after passing us. Instead, they slowed down even further, eventually pulling off, stopping, and executing a three-point turn to come right back toward me. Honestly, I didn't want to admit to a stranger that I was out of gas or needed help. As it turned out, I didn't even get the chance. They came back down the road and passed by even slower this time, maybe 5 miles per hour, likely staring through my windows before picking up speed and driving back toward where they originally came from. What was that all about? I kept my eyes glued to the rear view mirror for the next few minutes, waiting nervously to see if they would turn around again. I had a really bad feeling in my gut. Call it instinct, but I genuinely felt like something was about to go terribly wrong. I pulled out my phone and called Carter. I just wanted to give him a heads up and tell him to hurry if he could. But the phone rang all the way to voicemail. He didn't pick up. That immediately dialed up my anxiety. I tried reasoning that maybe he just had his phone on silent or lost cell service along the road. I waited a minute and called him again. Still nothing. At this point, I definitely wasn't thinking entirely rationally, but I made the split-second decision to ditch the car and run after Carter. I reasoned it had only been 10 or 15 minutes since he had walked away. If he was still walking at a normal pace, I could easily jog and catch up to him in a few minutes. I stepped out, made sure to lock the doors behind me, and started jogging down the dark shoulder of the road. It was eerily quiet out there. It was so quiet that whenever I paused to catch my breath, the only sound was a loud ringing in my ears because there wasn't even a breeze to drown it out. I jogged for a solid 15 minutes. I fully expected to have caught up to Carter by then, unless something had prompted him to start running too. I decided to pull out my phone to dial his number one more time. Right at that exact second, I heard the faint sound of his ringtone off in the distance. It was muffled and coming from somewhere off the side of the road. I stared out into the pitch-black void beyond the shoulder, and I could just barely make out a small light glowing down in the grass. My entire body tensed up. "Carter," I called out. He didn't respond. I couldn't see anything other than the faint glow of that phone screen. I took a few cautious steps off the pavement and into the tall grass, calling his name again. Finally, I got a response. I could faintly hear Carter's voice coming from somewhere near the glowing phone, though I couldn't make out what he was saying at first. As I hurried closer, Carter yelled out again, and this time I clearly heard him telling me to get down. I still couldn't even see his silhouette. I instinctively dropped flat into the grass. Right then, I looked back toward the highway and saw a car creeping down the road. I immediately recognized it as the exact same car I had seen driving slowly earlier. They were actively hunting for us or looking for Carter specifically. They executed 3 or 4 slow U-turns, crawling back and forth along that exact stretch of road, searching the shoulders. Once they finally seemed to give up and drove off, we stood up and sprinted full speed toward the gas station. Carter explained that the driver had initially pulled over and tried to coerce him into getting in the vehicle. He said the guy was extremely creepy and made virtually no effort to hide his bad intentions. When Carter refused, the man stepped out of the car and Carter instantly bolted. The guy likely assumed Carter would keep running straight down the road, so he hopped back into his car to chase him down. Instead, Carter had veered off the asphalt, dove into the tall grass, and lay completely still to hide. At some point during his sprint, his phone had slipped out of his pocket, and he had been too terrified to stand up and expose his location to retrieve it. We eventually reached the gas station and were able to get help. We reported the creepy driver to the police, giving a detailed description of his car, but they never managed to locate him. It was a terrifyingly close call, and I still feel awful knowing my carelessness with the gas tank put us in such grave danger. One thing is for certain, I will never, ever let my tank get that low again. Just last year, I received a promotion at my job. It didn't come with a massive pay raise, but the new role required me to travel constantly to different branch locations across the country. I was single with no major responsibilities at the time, so I was actually thrilled about the constant travel. My accommodations were always pretty random. Sometimes I stayed in standard hotels, sometimes nice resorts, and every once in a while a small Airbnb. I wasn't sure why the corporate travel team varied the lodging so much, but I found it interesting at the very least. That particular week, I was heading to a new town to visit a local department, and I was booked at an Airbnb nearby. By this point, I had been in the new position for 8 months and was completely used to the routine, so the initial excitement of seeing where I was staying had mostly worn off. Once my flight landed, I grabbed my rental car and started driving toward the Airbnb address. Right off the bat, I noticed the drive was much longer than usual from the company's regional office. Typically, if they booked an Airbnb, it was right down the street from the work site. This time, however, the drive took a solid 40 minutes into a quiet neighborhood. When I finally pulled up at around 1 a.m., I genuinely thought there had been a mistake. The property was massive. It had to be at least 4,000 or 5,000 square feet, complete with a sprawling yard. I had to double-check the address on my phone to make sure I was at the right house, and sure enough, it matched. I carried my luggage inside and realized that while the exterior looked grand, the interior was considerably less impressive. It was just a bit too old-fashioned and dated for my personal taste. Still, I certainly couldn't complain about having that much space to myself. After a long day of travel, I was far too exhausted to explore the entire house right away. I simply dragged my bags up to the primary bedroom, switched off the lights, and crawled into bed. As I lay there in the dark, I couldn't help but notice how excessively creaky the house was. It was making a remarkable amount of ambient noise. It wasn't immediately alarming, just typical creaks, pops, and thumps echoing through the walls. I figured that was just standard for a house of that size, though I wouldn't know for sure since I had never lived in a home that big. Unfortunately, I'm a notoriously light sleeper, and the constant settling noises kept me awake long enough to realize I was terribly thirsty. I hadn't had anything to drink or eat since getting off the plane. Mildly annoyed that I had to get out of bed, knowing it would make falling asleep even harder. I groggily stood up and navigated the long hallway and stairs down to the kitchen. Oddly enough, the moment I reached the ground floor, all the creaks and thumps I had been hearing for the past hour completely ceased. At some point between me leaving the bedroom and reaching the bottom of the staircase, the entire house went dead silent. It was one of those bizarre timing moments that makes you scratch your head. What were the odds of all the settling noises stopping at that exact second? Regardless, I poured myself a glass of water in the dark, not bothering to flip on any light switches, and walked back upstairs. I was fortunately able to fall asleep quickly after that, and I didn't hear a single peep for the remainder of the night. The next morning, I only spent about 30 minutes at the house. I woke up late, still completely drained, and had to rush out the door to make it to my morning meetings on time. After spending the entire day at the office, I went out for drinks with a few co-workers, so I didn't end up returning to the Airbnb until past 11 p.m. I stepped inside and sank into the living room sofa to relax for a moment. I was exhausted, but I remembered that I still hadn't properly explored the rest of the massive house. It felt almost obligatory to at least take a quick walk through the rooms. I stood up and casually strolled from room to room. As I walked around, I honestly couldn't understand why anyone would list a home this massive as a standard Airbnb. Curiosity got the best of me, so I pulled up the listing on my phone to check the nightly rate. To my surprise, it was priced identically to much smaller one-bedroom apartments in the area, which struck me as a bit odd. I also began noticing that certain areas of the house didn't look properly reset from the previous guest. It was clean overall, but several throw pillows were scattered randomly across the couch, and a few dining chairs were positioned strangely. It almost gave off the impression that someone had been moving around inside very recently. The most jarring detail was a single kitchen chair that was pulled completely out from the dining table. I had briefly stepped into the kitchen that morning and hadn't used any chairs, and I was almost positive every chair had been neatly tucked in. I assumed I had just overlooked it earlier, so I slid it back under the tabletop. Following my 5-minute tour of the house, I decided to take a shower and turn in for the night, knowing I had another grueling workday ahead. I shut off all the main lights, headed upstairs, showered, and climbed into bed. I was right on the threshold of drifting off to sleep when a familiar sound echoed from the floor below. The creaking had returned. It started up again out of nowhere. The fact that I was seconds away from sleep made the noise 100 times more frustrating. I sat up in bed and listened closely. Even through my annoyance, a dark feeling began to set in as I realized these didn't sound like ordinary house settling noises anymore. It made me deeply uneasy. I started picking out the distinct rhythm of individual footsteps pacing around on the ground level, followed by the faint sound of cabinet doors opening and closing. I tried to convince myself that my tired brain was just playing tricks on me. I got out of bed and quietly turned the doorknob to open the bedroom door. The noises downstairs didn't stop this time. I could clearly hear them echoing up from the main hallway. I crept toward the top of the wooden staircase, which was notoriously creaky itself. The moment my foot pressed onto the top step, every noise downstairs instantly cut out. My heart immediately plummeted into my stomach. I carefully crept down to the landing at the bottom of the stairs and looked down the central corridor. I could see a warm glow illuminating the kitchen. I was practically certain I had turned off every light before coming upstairs. But there was a faint possibility I had forgotten the small kitchen accent light. I silently crept down the hallway and peered around the doorway into the kitchen. My eyes widened in terror. The kitchen chair I had tucked in earlier was pulled out again, as if someone had just been sitting in it seconds before I arrived. A split second after registering the chair, my eyes caught something else further back. In the adjacent formal dining room, where all the lights were off and it was nearly pitch black, a tall silhouette was leaning out from behind a door frame, staring directly at me. We locked eyes for an agonizing second while I stood completely paralyzed. Then the figure abruptly ducked back behind the wall. A few seconds later, the sharp boom of a door slamming shut echoed through the house. I don't know what possessed me, but adrenaline took over and I sprinted toward that dark corner, slapping the wall switches to flood the room with light. I frantically scanned the space to see where he had fled or if he was still hiding. There was no sign of him. In fact, I couldn't even find a door in that room that could have accounted for the loud slam I had just heard. Panicking completely, I bolted back upstairs, grabbed my phone and car keys, and sprinted out the front door. I sped away in my rental car and immediately dialed the police. Unfortunately, I got very few answers about what had actually been going on inside that house. The police arrived and interviewed the Airbnb host, but the host acted like he didn't take my story seriously, almost as if he thought I was making it up. He likely just wanted to avoid liability or bad publicity for his listing. To be fair, I had no physical proof, and I couldn't even provide a detailed description of the intruder's face. Furthermore, the host insisted there were no interior doors in that back room where I claimed to have heard the door slam shut. The entire situation left me with an extremely eerie, unresolved feeling. My company was gracious enough to relocate me to a secure hotel for the remainder of the week, but I was deeply shaken for the rest of the trip. Had I stayed in that home a moment longer with whoever was lurking inside, I fear things could have ended very differently. I was 28 years old and living alone in a small city after being unexpectedly laid off from my long-term job. That job was the sole reason I had moved to that city in the first place, so losing it was completely devastating. I really wasn't sure what direction I wanted to take with my life moving forward. While I tried to figure things out, I decided I would take virtually any job available just to keep income coming in. After a few weeks of searching, I received an offer to work the night shift at a small, run-down motel on the outer edge of the city. I went in for a couple of brief training shifts, but this incident occurred on my very first full night working the front desk alone. The motel was located right off a highway pull-off about 30 minutes outside the city center. There was absolutely nothing else around it. The only neighboring structure was a dilapidated, abandoned restaurant sitting right next door. During the first few hours of my shift, a couple of travelers walked in to book rooms. I checked them in, handed over their keys, and that was about it. Most of the guests looked fairly similar, exhausted drivers just looking for a bed, but one woman stood out to me. She looked utterly drained, but she kept anxiously glancing over her shoulder and seemed in a frantic rush to get her key. I wasn't sure what was making her so nervous, but our interaction lasted barely a minute before she headed off to her room. After that, a long stretch of silence followed where I was completely alone. I sat behind the front desk staring through the glass doors at the empty highway. Hardly any cars passed by, so I assumed it was going to be an exceptionally quiet night. That was until a strange man walked through the front door. I hadn't seen a car pull into the parking lot, so I assumed he must have been a guest who had checked in earlier before my shift started. However, he immediately made it clear that wasn't the case. He asked how much the rooms cost and whether we had any vacancies. "Yeah, we have plenty of rooms available," I replied. "Did you want me to check you in for tonight?" He looked like he was contemplating my offer for a moment, but his eyes kept darting suspiciously to a spot right behind me. Eventually, he simply said, "No thanks," and turned around to walk out. After the door closed, I looked over my shoulder to figure out what he had been staring at. The only thing mounted on that wall was the key rack, or the key wall, as I called it. It was just a grid of small wooden cubbies holding the physical room keys. It was an old-fashioned establishment that hadn't upgraded to electronic key cards like modern hotels. As he walked outside, I kept my eyes fixed on the glass doors, waiting to see his car headlights pull out of the lot, but nothing moved. I found it extremely bizarre because there was almost no way he had walked there on foot. He would have had to trek along the shoulder of an unlit highway at night for at least 10 miles from the nearest business, which was just a lone gas station. After a minute of silence, I walked over to the glass door and looked out across the parking lot. It was dead quiet, Only the few vehicles belonging to the earlier guests were parked under the lights, and the man was nowhere to be seen. Seeing nothing out there, I locked the door and walked back behind the desk. The night dragged on slowly, and because it was my first solo shift, the owner had instructed me to strictly handle check-ins and check-outs without worrying about extra chores. About half an hour went by before the loud ringing of the desk phone startled me. I quickly grabbed the receiver and noticed it was an internal call coming from one of the guest rooms. A frantic woman's voice came through the line. She was clearly in deep distress as she explained that a strange man was standing right outside her door and refusing to leave. I scrambled out from behind the desk and rushed outside. The moment I stepped onto the walkway, however, the area outside her door was completely deserted. I hurried down to her room, which was located at the far end of the property. When she opened the door, she looked utterly terrified. I asked if she knew the man or if he had said anything to her through the door. She said the man hadn't uttered a single word. She had spotted him lurking right outside her window and yelled at him to leave, but he just stood there staring in, prompting her to call the desk. When she described his appearance, I instantly knew who it was. It was the exact same guy who had walked into the lobby earlier. She described him perfectly: tall, unkempt, with completely cold, lifeless eyes. I asked her if she wanted me to dial the police immediately, but she was fiercely against involving law enforcement. She insisted she didn't want the hassle or drama and explained she was checking out early in the morning anyway. She simply asked me to keep an eye out and tell him to leave if I caught him lurking around again. I agreed, stepped back outside, and returned to the front office. For the next 2 hours, my mind raced as I fixated on the strange encounter. What was that guy doing hanging around a secluded motel in the middle of the night? And why was he creeping around that specific woman's room? I wondered if he might have been under the influence, though he hadn't seemed drunk when he spoke to me at the counter. Whatever his motive was, the quiet didn't last. In the middle of the night, a sudden violent commotion echoed across the property. It sounded like furniture being smashed and heavy bodies slamming against walls, radiating through the structure of the motel. I bolted out the office door. From the walkway, I saw that the woman's room door at the far end was thrown wide open, and the thrashing noises were coming from inside. I sprinted down the concrete path. As I reached the open doorway, I saw the man towering over the woman, cornering her against the wall and physically blocking her from escaping. I screamed at him, but my body was so flooded with adrenaline that I don't even remember what words came out of my mouth. He spun around instantly to face me. His expression was twisted with pure rage, and his eyes were bloodshot and wild. Seeing the sheer malice on his face terrified me. He charged full speed toward the doorway. I instinctively threw myself backward onto the walkway to dodge him, and he smashed past me, running straight out toward the dark highway. I watched him vault over the barrier and vanish into the pitch-black woods on the other side of the road. I scrambled back into the room to ensure the woman was unharmed. Thankfully, I had arrived just in time before he could physically assault her. I then helped her pack her belongings, brought her into the locked office, and immediately called the authorities. I then went back to the office and called 911. It turned out that after the man was standing outside her door, he went around the building and slipped into the front room. It also turned out the woman had lied to me. She actually knew that guy. He was her ex-husband, and she was actively running away from him, which was why she needed to stay at the motel and why she was so on edge. She explained that he was pretty unhinged and prone to violent episodes. I guess earlier, when I asked if she wanted me to call the police, she had lied, hoping he would just go away without making things complicated. I'm not really sure, to be honest. That night was definitely one to remember, though, and not in a good way. I can't help but think about how things could have gone differently, or what would have happened if he hadn't just run off. Who knows what he was capable of? Surprisingly, I kept the job and stayed there for a few more months. It got really uncomfortable having to deal with deeply strange people pretty much every single night, though. Eventually, I got out as soon as I could. This was back in 2022. I'd been looking for extra ways to make money on the side and had downloaded DoorDash, thinking I'd give it a shot. I got accepted and had everything set up to start delivering, but I didn't actually try making any deliveries until 3 weeks later. I just kept pushing it off. It was a night after getting home from work where I was bored, not yet tired, and thought there was no better time than right then to test it out. For the first few orders, I was still getting the hang of things, but they all went smoothly. I felt confident after that, as it seemed like a pretty simple process. About 3 hours in, around midnight, an order popped up that was completely different from all the rest. It had a massive estimated tip, something like $30 to $40. That was practically as much as I had made in the entire previous 3 hours of working. I didn't even think twice before quickly accepting the order. It was from a 24/7 McDonald's, the only one in our whole town. It sat right on the edge of the highway that led out of town and into what I considered to be the middle of nowhere. Once I picked up the food, I realized that was exactly where the delivery was taking me. I hadn't been driving for 2 minutes when I received a call from the DoorDash customer. He sounded older than me, maybe in his 30s, and he didn't seem to be in a good mood as he demanded I confirm the address. A little confused, I simply read off the address the app was navigating me toward. After I said it, there was a long pause. The man didn't say a word. I was about to ask if it was correct, but he hung up abruptly without saying another word. I thought it was pretty odd that he was so visibly irritated and dismissive while offering such a huge tip. Maybe he just wanted me to take extra care of his order, but even that felt excessive. Whatever the case, I kept driving. I was about 15 minutes away, but it felt like a much longer trip because the road stretched directly away from civilization. There were a few scattered neighborhoods here and there, but mostly it was just empty farmland or lone houses off the side of the road. As I kept driving, an unsettling feeling began to wash over me. It might have been the unfamiliar area, the thick fog rolling over the empty road, or that weird phone call, but I definitely felt like something was off about this order. Pulling off the main road and onto a bumpy dirt driveway didn't make me feel any better. I couldn't see much through the dense fog, driving blind through a field of tall grass with no vision of what lay at the end. I drove slowly until the house finally emerged from the mist. It sat isolated in the middle of the field, an old, farm-style house with a large wraparound porch and dark wooden accents. Lights were glowing in the windows, and I could see the large numbers on the side matched the address on my app. I parked and stepped out with the food, beginning the walk up to the front porch. It was impossible not to notice how dead silent it was out there. There were no sounds whatsoever, save for the slight breeze rustling through the tall grass. I couldn't even hear typical indoor noises like a TV or people talking. I went to knock on the front door, and at the very first tap, the door creaked open as if it hadn't been latched shut. Immediately, a man's voice called out from the back of the house. It was the same guy from the phone call. He asked if I was the DoorDash driver. I said yeah, adding that I would just leave his order right there on the porch. The guy quickly responded, asking if I could step inside and set it down on the kitchen countertop instead. Again, I noticed he sounded oddly upset and agitated for no apparent reason. I took a few cautious steps inside. The house had a heavy smell of old wood, musty, like it hadn't been cleaned in a long time. Within a couple of seconds, the man suddenly blasted music from the back room where his voice had come from. It was an eerie old piano song played at a jarring volume. It genuinely freaked me out. "Sir," I called out. "Hello." He wasn't responding anymore. I started feeling like this delivery wasn't worth it, tip included. Everything just felt deeply wrong. Why on earth did he start blasting loud piano music the moment I walked into his house, only to completely stop answering me? As I reached the end of the hallway near the kitchen, I noticed the surrounding rooms getting darker. The rooms adjacent to the kitchen, notably the one I assumed the guy was in, were completely pitch black. I stopped dead in my tracks, dropped the bag of food right on the floor, and spun around to hurry back toward the front door. I nearly had a heart attack because right as I neared the exit, I saw the man standing in the dark just a couple of feet from the doorway. I distinctly remember the whites of his eyes almost glowing as he stared at me with wide, unblinking eyes. It felt like I had caught him in the middle of trying to sneak up behind me. That split second felt like it stretched on for minutes. Thinking back on it now, I could have sworn he was holding something in his hands, though I never looked directly at them to say for sure. Before anything could happen, I sprinted out the door, dove into my car, and sped through the fog back to the main road. Given where he was standing, I am certain he was trying to sneak around to the front door to lock me inside with him. In hindsight, the loud music was probably meant to drown out the sound of his footsteps as he crept through the house while I walked down the hall. That night, I deleted the DoorDash app and never looked back. I definitely made some questionable decisions that I'm not proud of, but I don't think I deserved whatever that guy was planning to do to me had I been just a few seconds slower. Last fall, my sister went on a trip over Halloween weekend. It was for a party she was attending out of state, and since she was flying, taking her dog, Milo, wasn't practical. She was only going to be gone for a couple of days, so I offered to dog sit Milo while she was away. My apartment complex didn't allow pets, so rather than bringing Milo to my place, I stayed at her house for the weekend. I packed my work laptop and a few essentials, then drove 30 minutes down to her place in the morning. Just an hour after I arrived, my sister left for her trip. Milo was an exceptionally easy dog to look after, and I had done it plenty of times before. He was super sweet and remarkably quiet for a German Shepherd. He was getting older, so he spent most of his time relaxing in whatever room I was working in. I set up my laptop in one of the spare bedrooms and started my workday. Milo lay in his dog bed right next to my desk, just on the edge of my vision. For several hours, nothing noteworthy happened while I worked. Oddly, though, throughout the day he kept perking his head up unexpectedly. Normally, I'd write it off as a dog just being a dog, hearing a tiny noise that was actually nothing. This felt different, though. He seemed convinced he was actually hearing something specific because he wouldn't just go back to sleep. Milo would raise his head, perk his ears up, and stare fixatedly at the open doorway for 5 to 10 minutes at a time. It happened enough times that I eventually got up to inspect the house. Milo followed right at my heels as I walked around. He stayed glued to my side, alert, as if he were actively searching for an intruder too. I never found or saw anything, but it definitely left me with a deeply uneasy feeling. I wrapped up work around 5 o'clock or 6 p.m. Since it was autumn, we had about an hour of daylight left before it got dark and cold. I hooked Milo up to his leash and took him out on the trail behind the house. My sister got lucky with her location, as there was a preserved forest trail directly behind her backyard. This time of year, however, all the trees lining the path had shed their leaves and looked completely dead. It gave the walk a distinctly spooky atmosphere in the late afternoon light. It was also eerily quiet out there, just me and Milo crunching through the dry leaves on the path. I knew the trail was about a 20-minute loop, and we were roughly halfway through when Milo suddenly froze in his tracks. I looked down at him, asking if he was okay while gently tugging the leash, but he wouldn't budge an inch. He wouldn't even look up at me. His eyes were locked onto something further down the trail. I turned and stared down the path, but I couldn't see anything through the trees. I looked back down at Milo, petted him, and gently pulled the leash forward again. But he still refused to move, his gaze pinned on the woods further ahead. Deciding not to push it, I turned around and started walking back the way we came. Milo immediately fell into step beside me. For the rest of the walk back to the house, he kept anxiously checking behind us, never once stopping to sniff around like he usually did. He kept his tail tucked and stayed glued to my side all the way to the back door. Seeing him so visibly nervous made me incredibly anxious myself. I wasn't sure if I was more afraid for him or terrified of whatever had scared him so badly. After getting back inside, I called my sister and talked to her for a bit, asking if she had any idea why he might be acting so strange, but she was clueless. Throughout the entire phone call, Milo remained attached to my side. It made me feel deeply unsettled, as if he were aware of a threat that I was completely blind to. As I pondered it, I walked through the house again and casually glanced out a few of the windows. It wasn't until I went back upstairs to the spare bedroom and looked out that specific window that I saw something strange. It was only for a split second, but I thought I caught sight of a figure right outside near the house, walking from left to right before vanishing past the frame of the window. It was like one of those moments where you see something out of the corner of your eye and think you recognize it, but when you look directly, there's nothing there. I couldn't say for sure whether what I saw was real or just my mind playing tricks on me because of my growing paranoia. I stayed in that spare bedroom, sitting at the desk and trying to take it easy for the rest of the evening. I watched some videos on my laptop while keeping a close eye on Milo. He remained quiet, lying near my feet, looking exhausted from the stress of the day. For the next 2 hours, nothing unusual happened. Milo was fast asleep, and I was just watching YouTube videos trying to relax. Despite all the strangeness earlier, I managed to compartmentalize my fear. I hadn't forgotten about it completely, but I rationalized that it probably wasn't anything serious. Once it got late, I began getting ready for bed and brought Milo downstairs to let him out one final time. I opened the back door and flipped on the porch light. Milo was hesitant, but he eventually stepped outside. While he did his business, I surveyed the yard. The woods surrounding the house were pitch black and unnervingly still. I watched Milo walk toward the tree line, then suddenly freeze and turn. Not toward me, but toward the side of the house. I leaned out past the door frame to see what he was looking at. Within seconds, a man came sprinting out of the darkness straight toward me. I jumped back in sheer horror, and Milo instantly charged at him. The guy looked terrified for a split second, stopping dead in his tracks to dodge the dog. I thought Milo was actually going to maul him, but at the last second, the dog backed off, barking and growling aggressively while listening to my frantic calls to come back inside. I slammed the door shut and threw the lock. Before I could process anything else, the man was gone. Just like that, in a matter of seconds, the yard was dead quiet again. I quickly dialed 911. To be completely honest, the responding officers were no help at all. They shone their flashlights around the perimeter for a few minutes, but that was the extent of their investigation. However, while talking to the officers about what had happened, I was messing with the back door handle and discovered that the lock was completely broken. The latch would click, but the door could still be pushed wide open from the outside. My sister later swore the lock had never been broken before. That night, I packed up Milo, checked into a hotel, and spent the following day there. Based on Milo's behavior throughout the day, I believe that man was watching us for hours, possibly even following us along the trail during our afternoon walk. There's also a terrifying chance he had been inside the house earlier while I was upstairs working. I keep thinking back to how Milo was constantly fixated on the open bedroom doorway, and the broken back door lock seems like far too big of a coincidence. Milo definitely startled him enough to give us time to get inside safely and scare him off. I'm actually quite surprised that my sister hasn't had any weird encounters or incidents since then. It almost makes me wonder if the man wasn't there for her at all. Maybe he had been tracking me for longer than I realized, discovered I was staying alone in a secluded house in the woods rather than safe in my apartment building, and saw it as his best opportunity to strike. Whatever his intentions were, they were likely horrible. I can't say for sure, but I've been on edge ever since. A couple of years ago, I was working as a driver for Lyft. I did Uber as well, but Lyft was more popular in my town, so that was my primary app. Because of the complete freedom of the job, I never managed to keep a normal schedule. At the time, I was in my mid-20s and frequently stayed up late hanging out with friends, which led to me working long overnight shifts. That particular night started out like any other. I logged on around 11 p.m. and completed a couple of routine drop-offs before receiving another ride request. Working late-night shifts meant I couldn't afford to be picky about which fares I accepted. I was usually one of the few drivers active at that hour, and passenger requests were sparse. Declining a single ride could mean waiting an hour for another, so I operated mostly on autopilot. Whenever a request popped up, I instantly accepted it and started driving toward the pickup location. Only after I was en route would I check the details, like the distance or the destination. It rarely mattered anyway, because 99% of the time I was just picking people up from bars, parties, or late office shifts after the local trains stopped running. About 10 minutes into the drive, I realized the GPS was directing me away from the usual spots, far from the main town square where the stores and offices were located. I glanced at the map to see where I was heading, and the location looked unusually isolated. I was driving, so I couldn't examine it closely, but quick glances at the screen showed nothing around the pickup point. I thought it was strange, but I wasn't going to cancel the trip over it. I arrived at the pin 15 minutes later, around 1 o'clock or 2 a.m. The location matched what I saw on the map. A completely deserted stretch of road with literally nothing around. There were no houses, side roads, or walking paths in sight. I assumed the passenger's car might have broken down, but even then, there were no vehicles or people anywhere on the shoulder. I pulled over, notified the customer via the app that I had arrived, and waited. I never received a reply, nor did anyone approach the car. As a bad feeling began to knot in my stomach, I decided to cancel the ride and drive away. It sucked wasting my time and gas like that, but it was just part of the job sometimes. I started driving back toward the center of town where I was more likely to catch another fare. Just 5 minutes into my return drive, another ride request popped up on my screen. It was from almost the exact same location I had just left, maybe just a mile further down the road. While this might seem suspicious, it didn't immediately set off alarms for me at the time. It was common for customers to mess up their pickup pin, reorder the ride right after a cancellation, and fix the location on the second attempt. I didn't know why the passenger hadn't just replied to my messages earlier, but I accepted the ride anyway, relieved that the long trip out there wouldn't be a total waste. I made a U-turn and headed back down the empty road. I passed the original pickup spot and drove a mile further into the dark. Again, the entire stretch of road was deserted, bordered only by sparse forest on either side. This time, however, when I reached the new pin, a man was standing directly on the shoulder of the road. He was wearing regular jeans and a gray hoodie, with a heavy duffel bag slung over his shoulder. As I pulled up and parked in front of him, I glanced behind him and saw nothing he could have walked out from. No houses, no driveways, nothing. I had no idea where he came from or what he was doing out in the middle of nowhere at 2 a.m. He opened the rear door and slid into the back seat. The drop-off destination he had entered was only 5 minutes further down the road. I hoped it was a location that made more sense, but looking at the map, it appeared just as barren as the pickup spot. As I drove, the man remained completely silent in the back seat, but he was staring at me intently. Every time I checked my rearview mirror, his eyes were already locked onto mine. An unsettling tension filled the car, and given how strange the circumstances were, my mind started racing. I kept wondering why we were out here, where he had come from, and what was inside that heavy duffel bag. Things I normally wouldn't give a second thought to. A few minutes later, I reached the drop-off location marked on the app. It was virtually identical to where I had picked him up. Total darkness with nothing around for miles. An oppressive silence settled over the car, and a wave of pure dread washed over me. Before I could say a word, the man spoke up from the back seat, telling me to get out of the car. I looked back in fear to confirm what I had just heard, only to find he already had a handgun pointed directly at my head. He had a chilling, dead look in his eyes as he gestured toward the door and repeated his demand. I had no choice. I opened the door and stepped out onto the gravel, and he followed right behind me, ordering me to start walking. He stayed several feet back, just far enough to prevent me from turning around or making a move, and guided me off the shoulder and into the dark forest. I tried talking to him, desperate to say anything that might save my life, as I was genuinely terrified. The man stayed dead silent, offering no response and showing not an ounce of remorse for what he was doing. We marched deeper and deeper into the woods. The forest grew denser and darker with every step. Time seemed to warp during the walk, but I estimate we walked for 10 full minutes straight into the thick of the woods. Suddenly, he ordered me to stop. I froze in place, feeling with absolute certainty that my life was about to end right there. Knowing I was moments away from being executed and never found, a surge of pure adrenaline flooded my body, and I made a split-second decision to sprint into the dense trees. He screamed, "Stop!" behind me, but I just kept running as fast as I could. I used the pitch darkness to my advantage, knowing that because he had marched me so deep into the woods, he would lose line of sight once I put some distance between us. I could hear him crashing through the brush behind me, his voice following me through the dark. Then, a loud gunshot echoed through the forest. The blast shattered the night, followed by a deafening, heavy silence. He stopped chasing me after that. I think he fired out of sheer rage or simply to scare me, knowing I had already escaped into the dark. From that point forward, I just walked in whatever direction I could. My phone, of course, was still in the car, so I was entirely on my own. After a while, I found a small road with a few scattered houses and managed to get a resident to answer his door and help me. My car and everything inside it were completely gone by the time officers searched the area. I don't think this was just a simple robbery, though. In fact, I'm not even sure that stealing my car was what he initially planned to do. Unfortunately, they never found any traces or evidence that could lead them to him. Even the fake account he used on the app ended up being a dead end. I continued working as a driver for another few months. During that time, however, I received a couple more pickup requests near that exact same isolated spot where everything went down. Every single time I called the police, only for them to show up and find nobody there. Eventually, I realized I was becoming so paranoid and jumpy about the job that I just quit and found a different gig. I was spending the weekend alone at my cabin-style house on the edge of town. It wasn't totally isolated in the middle of nowhere. There were other houses around, but they were spaced out enough that you could go days without seeing a single soul. I never got visitors like solicitors or neighbors dropping by. The houses in this neighborhood were the kind people drove past without even thinking about, because unless you looked intently, you probably just saw an endless forest of trees. It was winter, right after a heavy snowfall, so everything felt much quieter than usual. A thick blanket of snow covered the entire landscape, and the woods behind my house looked deeper and darker than they normally did. I didn't mind being alone out there for the most part. The house was cozy, featuring massive floor-to-ceiling windows, a stone fireplace, and an overall welcoming cabin feel. It was the main reason I had moved there in the first place. On the first night, nothing strange happened until late. I stayed up watching YouTube videos in the living room, half asleep by midnight. After a while, I turned off the TV and headed to my bedroom. It was a one-story home, so my bedroom sat right at the very end of the hallway. The thing about the bedroom was that it matched the rest of the home, featuring massive floor-to-ceiling windows along the exterior wall and a sliding glass door that opened directly toward the woods. Because the house was in a private location with dense forest on all sides and no close neighbors, it made sense, I guess. It definitely felt strange at times, though. Even seeing my own reflection in the dark glass at night would startle me, making me think someone was standing right outside. This particular night was different, however. As I turned off the lamps and crawled into bed, I heard a sound. It was a soft cracking noise coming from outside, not like an animal or typical forest settling. This was louder, like a heavy foot stepping on a thick branch. A couple of seconds later, it happened again. I sat up in bed and stared toward the large window. Because the lights were off in my room, I could see outside through the glass fairly well. I stared for maybe 30 seconds before something moved in the solid darkness between the tall pine trees. It wasn't a distinct shape I could describe, just a quick shift of a shadow moving between two tree trunks. It looked as if someone had leaned out of view or shifted into view, though I couldn't tell which. Everything went dead still after that. After minutes of waiting and staring out into the dark, feeling the nerves building up inside me, I tried convincing myself that I had just imagined it. I thought my eyes were just playing tricks and creating shapes in the dark. Still, I didn't move an inch for a long time. Eventually, I got out of bed, double-checked that the sliding door handle was locked, and got back under the covers. After that, it took me forever to fall asleep. Every 30 seconds, I felt compelled to open my eyes and scan the window again. Every time I looked, however, I saw nothing. The next day felt strange. Nothing explicitly dangerous happened, but everything felt off in a way I couldn't quite put into words. I kept getting that subtle, sickening feeling that someone was standing just out of sight, staring directly at me. I found myself constantly checking whatever window was behind me, half expecting to see a pair of eyes looking back in. I never caught anyone, but the feeling simply refused to leave. As the afternoon faded and dark fell again, snow began coming down heavily, which surprisingly eased my nerves a bit. I rationalized that it made it even less likely for anyone to be outside lurking around in the freezing cold and snow. I tried my best not to overthink things. Around 10 p.m., I was watching TV in the living room, wrapped in a blanket by the stone fireplace. The bright glow of the TV screen lit up most of the main floor. Because of that, I didn't even realize how dark the rest of the house was until I left the couch to grab a soda from the kitchen. As I walked through the main hallway, I noticed the light in the far room. A small den lined with bookshelves was completely off. I could have sworn I had left that light on earlier. I usually kept it on because it provided nice ambient lighting so the house didn't feel like a shadowy cave. I walked over and flipped the switch back on. Assuming nothing of it, grabbed my drink and sat back down on the couch. I had been back on the sofa for maybe a minute, having just unpaused my video, when I happened to glance over my shoulder. I wasn't even actively checking on anything. It was just one of those automatic, subconscious glances you do for no real reason. The light in that far room was off again. I felt the blood drain from my face instantly. I stood up and walked down the hallway just far enough to view the light switch from where I stood. The switch was physically flipped down to the off position. I just stared at it in horror. Someone was inside that room with me, and it felt like they were deliberately trying to lure me inside. I slowly began backing away. My phone was charging on the nightstand in my bedroom, and my car keys were sitting by the front door. I knew I needed to grab both and get out immediately. I moved silently down the adjacent hallway into my bedroom. I reached for my phone on the nightstand, but stopped cold when I caught movement behind the glass. I looked up, and at first, all I saw were fresh, faint footprints pressing into the snow outside the window. My eyes followed the path right up to a massive figure. It was a man standing just a couple of feet beyond the glass. He was shrouded in darkness, but I knew with absolute certainty that he was looking directly at me. I sprinted back down the hallway toward the front entrance, grabbing my car keys from the table just as I heard not one, but two distinct sets of heavy footsteps rushing through the other side of the house. I threw the front door open and sprinted down the side driveway where my car was parked. The second I got into the driver's seat, I saw that exact same massive figure come barreling around the corner of the house, sprinting straight for my vehicle. I started the engine and tore down the driveway toward the main road, seeing his silhouette standing in my rearview mirror right where my car had just been parked, watching me drive away. It took a little over 30 minutes for police officers to arrive at my property. What they discovered inside was horrifying. Multiple windows had been shattered, and the entire interior of the house looked like it had been systematically destroyed. Doors and kitchen cabinets had been ripped right off their hinges. Furniture was flipped upside down, and there were deep dents and tears torn into the drywall. I told the officers that I had heard two people moving inside and saw one man outside, but given the severe damage, it was impossible to figure out how two intruders had gotten inside so quietly while I was home all day. I stayed in a hotel for weeks after that, getting the home repaired before immediately putting it up for sale. I couldn't shake the nightmare of knowing 3 people had been stalking me and lurking around my house for who knows how long. If I hadn't escaped when I did, I can't even imagine the horrible, disturbing things that would have happened to me that night. Even now, I still have recurring nightmares of walking down that hallway toward the dark den, knowing what was waiting for me just outside my line of sight. My name is Noah, and I'm 36 years old. I'm gonna have to run you through a bit of backstory just to give context for why I lived where I did. 2 years before this happened, my wife and I broke up just a few months after purchasing a home together. It wasn't a bitter breakup, and we didn't officially finalize the divorce until months later. Regardless, the house we bought was massive, way too large for just the two of us. It was supposed to be a home we could grow into, eventually filling it with kids, dogs, and memories. After we split up, it was left to me to figure out whether to sell it at a loss or just keep living in it alone. I chose to stay. I lived completely alone in that massive house for 2 full years. I told myself I'd find ways to utilize the extra space. Since I worked from home, I planned to use one bedroom as an office, another as a home gym, and a third as my primary bedroom so the property wouldn't feel so empty. I never actually got around to setting any of that up, though. The vast majority of the house was left hollow, dark, and vacant. If you opened a random door down one of the hallways, chances are there was nothing behind it except a dusty and used room. I wouldn't even step foot into half of those rooms for months at a time. I didn't mind it too much usually, but occasionally I'd get an overwhelming, uneasy feeling about being isolated in a giant empty house. That feeling, mixed with overall loneliness, finally pushed me to do something I'd wanted to do for years: adopt a shelter dog. That was when all of this started. I found a small, 8-month-old beagle puppy named Piper at a rescue shelter about 3 hours away from me. By the time I drove back and arrived at my house with her, it was around 8 p.m. I let her roam around the backyard for a bit, then brought her inside to explore her new home. At the shelter, Piper had been incredibly excited, happy, and full of energy, even on the car ride home. The moment I set her down inside the front entryway, however, her demeanor changed and she became very timid. I assumed she was just overwhelmed by the unfamiliar environment and that the big move was making her anxious, so I didn't think too much of it. I left her alone to explore at her own pace and sat on the living room couch to give her some space. She spent barely 2 minutes walking around before jumping onto the couch beside me, curling up directly on my lap. She almost seemed terrified of something in the air, but again, I assumed this was just normal behavior for a rescue pup adjusting to a new home. Later that night, I brought her upstairs to my bedroom and we went to sleep. The next morning, things seemed a bit better. She trotted after me while I made breakfast and coffee, then curled up under my desk while I logged into work for the day. A few hours into my shift, however, she suddenly stood up and walked toward the open doorway, standing halfway in the hall with a very alert expression. After a few seconds, She walked entirely out of the room, and I could hear her nails clicking on the hardwood floor as she trotted down the hallway toward the staircase. I figured she finally felt comfortable enough to explore the house on her own, so I left her be and kept working. Roughly 10 minutes went by before she suddenly started barking frantically from somewhere downstairs. I bolted up from my desk and rushed down the hallway and down the stairs. Her barks were echoing wildly throughout the entire house and down every corridor, making it nearly impossible to pinpoint where she was. I called out her name and searched through room after room until I finally found her. Strangely, Piper was standing right in the middle of one of the empty and used downstairs rooms, barking furiously at a blank wall. The second she saw me enter, she scrambled over and pressed herself against my legs, her tail tucked low as she stared nervously back at the empty space. I stepped into the room, but there was nothing unusual to see. It was completely empty. I tried to calm her down, picking her up in my arms and pulling the room's door shut behind us. I carried her back upstairs to my office, and after a few minutes, I resumed my work. For the rest of the day, nothing out of the ordinary occurred. When I finished my shift, I took her for a walk around the neighborhood. Afterward, we spent the evening watching TV before heading upstairs to bed around 10 p.m. In the middle of the night, however, I suddenly woke up. It wasn't because of a loud noise or anything specific, just a strange, instinctual gut feeling. I sat up in bed and saw Piper standing stiffly right at the bedroom door. Her ears perked high and her gaze locked on the narrow crack in the doorway. I called her name softly, but she didn't budge or look back at me. Honestly, I'm not entirely sure why or how, but I simply laid back down and fell back asleep without looking into it. Looking back on it now, I can't believe I just went back to sleep like that. I guess I truly believed she was just adjusting awkwardly to a new home. When I woke up the next morning, everything appeared to be fine. Piper was curled up on the bed beside me, acting completely normal. I got dressed, headed downstairs, let her out into the yard, and went through my typical morning routine. When she came back inside, we both headed upstairs to my home office. Just like the day before, she settled down right beneath my desk while I worked. I made sure to check on her periodically, leaning down to glance under the desk. Every time I checked, she was sound asleep, so I kept plugging away at my work. It wasn't until almost 6 p.m., when I was finishing up my tasks and the sun had mostly set, that I looked under my desk again and realized she was gone. I scanned the office, but she was nowhere to be seen. She must have slipped out silently while I was focused on my screen. I closed my laptop, stood up, and called out Piper's name as I walked into the hallway. I didn't hear a single sound in response. There was no clicking of nails on the floor, no barking, nothing at all. The entire house was dead silent. "Piper? Piper, where are you at?" I called out, my voice echoing hollowly through the empty structure. A sudden, chilling sense of dread washed over me as I started walking down the upper hallway toward the main staircase. There was still no sign of her anywhere. It was so quiet that I could hear my own heart hammering in my chest. I walked down the lower corridor leading toward the empty room where I had found her barking the day before. As I approached, I noticed the door wasn't fully closed. It was cracked open an inch, even though I was positive I had pulled it shut yesterday. I gently pushed the door open. Piper was huddled in the far corner of the room, shivering visibly while staring straight at the doorway where I stood. She looked utterly terrified, as if something else was in the house right alongside us. An overwhelming instinct told me to turn around immediately before taking another step toward her. When I glanced back over my shoulder, I barely caught a glimpse of a silhouette peering around the corner of the hallway back by the stairs. I instantly backed into the room, slammed the door shut, locked it, and rushed over to Piper. A few seconds later, quiet, deliberate footsteps began walking down the hallway toward us. The footsteps stopped right on the other side of the door. Piper began to whimper softly, still huddled in the corner, staring fixatedly at the wooden door. I was honestly too terrified to make a sound or move a muscle. I just stood there in the center of the dark room, waiting for the handle to turn. The person on the other side didn't move for a long time either. Eventually, they turned around and began walking slowly back down the hallway. It was horrifying how calm and confident those footsteps sounded. They weren't running or rushing at all. It felt as though they weren't fazed by being discovered, or as if this was precisely what they wanted, which made me terror-stricken about what their intentions were. I didn't hear any further sounds after that. I think I stayed trapped in that room with Piper for 30 full minutes, completely unable to force myself to open the door. When I finally built up the courage to turn the lock and step out, I looked down the dark hallway and saw that the front door at the end of the house was wide open. Praying that it meant the intruder was gone, I sprinted upstairs, grabbed my phone from my desk, and planned to call the police. While I was up there, I noticed several bedroom doors swung wide open, doors that I always kept tightly shut. The moment my fingers wrapped around my phone, I ran back downstairs, scooped up Piper, and locked us back inside the room until the police arrived. The officers conducted a thorough search, checking not only the house but several acres of the surrounding property. But they found no trace of the person. However, they did find irrefutable proof that someone had been living inside my home. In one of the spare upstairs bedrooms, the one located directly adjacent to my office, they found a pile of personal belongings, blankets, and trash indicating someone had been squatted there for potentially months. Worse yet, evidence suggested the intruder had likely spent his days sleeping inside the deep bedroom closet to avoid being heard while I worked, creeping out at night to roam the house or leave through the back entrance. When I brought Piper home, Her heightened senses picked up on the fact that a stranger was living in the house with us. It made me realize what was happening the night I woke up to find her staring intently at my bedroom doorway. The intruder had likely been standing right outside in the dark hall. As for the empty room she had been barking at, it was located directly beneath the upstairs bedroom the intruder was using as a hideout. She had likely heard them shifting around on the floorboards above her head. After the police investigation concluded, the incident was more than enough to prompt me to put the massive house on the market and move into a much smaller place. Taking Piper with me, of course. She has been the absolute best companion I could have ever asked for. Since moving, she has been just as happy, playful, and energetic as she was the day I picked her up from the shelter, without a single trace of anxiety. I still worry about the fact that the stranger was never identified or caught, though. I know it's unlikely they will ever find me again, but I don't think I'll ever truly get over what happened. Last November, I took a long road trip out to my family's home for Thanksgiving. I lived about 20 hours away, which in road trip time translates to roughly 3 days of comfortable driving, or 2 days if you really push yourself. I had driven this route before and hated it every single time because of how overwhelmingly boring the majority of the trip was. My parents lived on a small rural ranch that always felt like the middle of nowhere to me. Because of that, a huge portion of the drive involved passing through absolute nothingness, either endless open fields or vast, untouched forests. After hours upon hours of looking at the exact same scenery, it became painfully dull. The first half of the drive leaving my city was always fine. It followed the major interstate highways that most people take when traveling between big cities. Toward the end of my second day on the road, however, I merged off the main interstate and onto what you'd call a rural side road. It was still technically a highway, but it narrowed to a single lane in each direction and had far less traffic, no semi-trucks or long-haul commuters. It really only served as an access road to smaller, isolated towns. I reached this stretch around 7 o'clock or 8 o'clock in the evening, so I wasn't planning to drive much further that night. I was hoping to find a small town with a cheap motel where I could pull off and rest. I drove for another 2 hours or so. The road was pitch black and completely deserted, with only my headlights cutting through the thick fog. I hadn't passed a single open business or motel to pull over at. Eventually, when I spotted a small gas station up ahead, I decided it was better than nothing and pulled into the lot. The gas station looked ancient. It looked like an old, family-owned outpost sitting in the middle of nowhere. Looking out into the distance, I couldn't see a single light from a nearby town or residential house. The station's canopy lights were still illuminated, however, so I used the pump to top off my gas tank. Afterward, I parked my car in a spot along the side of the building and walked inside to ask if the clerk would mind if I slept in my car in their lot for a few hours. When I stepped inside, a single middle-aged man was standing behind the register. He looked to be in his 50s and seemed visibly startled by me walking through the door. I guess they don't get many late-night customers out there. I asked him if it would be all right if I parked outside to sleep for a couple of hours. He immediately mentioned that the station was closing in 15 minutes and that he would be locking up and driving home. He added, however, that if I was comfortable staying alone at an abandoned gas station overnight, he didn't mind. I thanked him, bought a couple of energy drinks for the next day's drive, and walked back out to my car. As I unlocked my door, I replayed his words in my head and thought it was a bit strange how he emphasized the phrase, "if you're comfortable." It sounded almost as if he was implying that I really shouldn't be comfortable, or that locals wouldn't dare stay there alone at night. I rationalized that he probably just meant most people wouldn't want to sleep in their car in the dark, rather than hinting at any actual danger. I got into the driver's seat, reclined the chair back, and set an alarm on my phone for 3 a.m., about 4 hours from then. 15 minutes later, I heard the clerk lock the glass front doors, get into his vehicle, and drive off down the highway. I opened my eyes and looked around. Without the gas station canopy lights on, the area was pitch black and eerily silent. Felt genuinely unsettling to be completely alone out there. I closed my eyes again and tried to drift off. Honestly, I'm not sure if I ever actually fell asleep or if I just lay there with my eyes closed for an hour trying to rest. Suddenly, the crunch of tires rolling over the gravel lot shattered the quiet. The sound grew closer and closer until I finally opened my eyes to see what was happening. My heart immediately spiked when I saw a dark pickup truck parked directly beside my car. What on earth were they doing pulling up right next to me? None of the truck's headlights were on. I couldn't see the driver or anything inside the cab, just the dark silhouette of the truck framed by the night. It was positioned facing my driver's side window, making me feel like whoever was sitting inside could see me clearly. I felt intensely uncomfortable and refused to take any chances. I quickly pulled my seat back up into driving position, started the engine, and pulled out of the parking lot. I hoped it was just a harmless coincidence, but the way it played out felt deeply sinister. An empty, closed gas station in the middle of nowhere, and a truck pulls up in total darkness, with its lights off, parking right alongside my window. Couldn't really think of how that wasn't something terrible. Getting out of there and back on the open road made me feel a whole lot safer, though. However, I barely got a quarter-mile away from the gas station before my car struck something laying in the middle of the gravel road. I quickly pulled off to the shoulder, put the car in park, and looked into my rear-view mirror, but I couldn't see clearly enough, so I put the gear shift in park and stepped out into the night air. I immediately noticed how eerily quiet it was outside. There was only the biting cold wind blowing through the trees as I walked down the dark gravel road to inspect what I had hit. It looked like a large duffel bag, except it was massive. Honestly, The main reason I was curious enough to step out and look was because it bore a sickening resemblance to a body bag. Maybe it was just my mind's tendency to always jump to the worst-case scenario, but I didn't even get close to it before I heard the distant crunch of tires rolling over gravel further down the road. I looked up into the pitch-black night as the sound grew rapidly closer. I turned around, sprinted back to my car, and dove inside. I glanced frantically into my side mirror as the engine roars grew louder, right up until that dark pickup truck suddenly materialized in my rear headlights. They were moving at an insanely dangerous speed, flying right past the object laying in the road before slamming hard on their brakes. The truck swerved violently behind my car and came to an abrupt stop. The front driver and passenger doors both flew open, and two men jumped out into the road. By that point, however, I was already slamming my foot on the accelerator and speeding away down the road. I couldn't believe how violently my hands were shaking as I tried to dial 911 on my phone. Each time the call attempted to connect for a brief second, the line dropped instantly due to having no cellular signal out there. Thankfully, I don't think the truck continued to pursue me, as I never saw their headlights in my mirror again. That isolated stretch of road went on for another 45 minutes before I finally found a turnoff leading to a more populated highway. Calling the police at that point probably wasn't going to accomplish much, but I dialed them anyway. A half hour later, an officer called me back to report that they had searched the area and found nothing on the road at all for the rest of the drive, and honestly, the entire Thanksgiving trip. I was genuinely horrified thinking about what I might have stumbled across that night. I don't know what those men in the truck were doing or what was inside that bag in the middle of the road, but thinking about the possibilities still gives me severe chills. I never drove down that remote road ever again, and I never heard any news or updates regarding what might have taken place that night. It was actually snowing on Halloween night. My group of friends and I had planned to have a massive night of trick-or-treating, but with the snow coming down so heavily, a lot of their parents refused to let them stay out for very long. To be fair, the weather was usually never this severe in October around our town, but for the past week, our city had been trapped in the middle of an unseasonably early snowstorm. Anyway, the group quickly dwindled down to just me and my friends John and Hayden. The two of them were still allowed and fully willing to go out trick-or-treating in the storm. We all bundled up in heavy snow gear, thick boots, winter jackets, beanies, and gloves. Pretty much the only visible parts of our costumes were the plastic masks strapped over our faces. We set out down the snow-covered sidewalks. For the first couple of hours, there was actually a decent turnout of neighborhood kids out running around doing the same thing. Once the sun began to dip lower, however, the streets cleared out until it was basically just the three of us walking around in the falling snow. We kept going door to door, eventually making our way up to a house on the corner of the block. There was nothing unusual about the place at first. We walked up the steps, knocked on the door, and accepted candy from the elderly woman who lived there. It was when we turned around to leave the porch, however, that we had to walk right past a man standing motionless in the driveway. He was wearing a heavy winter jacket and a deeply disturbing mask, far creepier than any standard costume mask you'd typically see. This one looked unsettlingly realistic, complete with long, stringy black hair attached to it that draped over his shoulders. Hayden immediately whispered that he recognized it as a Momo mask, a horrifying online urban legend image from a decade ago. It was grotesque, to say the least, and definitely not the kind of image younger kids would be comfortable encountering on Halloween. All three of us stopped and felt an immediate sense of dread. The man wasn't walking up the porch steps, nor was he heading down toward the street. He was simply standing fixed in the middle of the snowy driveway, silently watching us. We hurried down the sidewalk, turning back a few times to glance at him, but the blinding blizzard quickly obscured our view of his figure. I think another detail that made us so deeply uncomfortable was the fact that he was clearly a grown man, not a kid. He was tall, broad, and standing entirely alone out in the freezing storm. What on earth was he doing? John quickly convinced us to skip the next few houses on the block just to be safe. None of us wanted to risk running into that creep again. We crossed the street onto the next block and resumed our door-to-door route. I have to admit, the whiteout conditions from the heavy snow made the atmosphere feel much more hostile, blocking our view of anything more than a house or two down the road. We had no way of knowing if that man was still out there following us. About 30 minutes passed. The sun had completely set, and even the overhead streetlights were barely cutting through the dense falling snow. It was around then that John announced he had to head home, as his parents had given him a strict sundown curfew if the storm persisted. Hayden and I walked John back to his house safely, and then stood on the sidewalk debating what to do next. Even though it hadn't been that long, neither of us was actively worrying about that creepy man anymore. He hadn't actually threatened us or followed us down the street, so we assumed he was just some weird guy in his own driveway. Hayden and I hit a few more houses and grabbed some more candy until the freezing cold finally got to us and ruined the fun. Hayden split off to head back to his place, leaving me to walk the rest of the way to my house alone. It was about a 15-minute walk away, though trudging through the snow meant it would take even longer. Almost immediately after I was left by myself, it hardly felt like Halloween anymore. Blankets of snow covered every single inch of the neighborhood, and there wasn't another soul in sight. It was literally just me out there. Once that reality sank in, a wave of paranoia hit me, forcing me to look over my shoulder and pray for another group of trick-or-treaters to appear. Instead, I saw something else. On the opposite side of the street from where I was walking, there was a stretch of dense woods, and peering out through the tree trunks, someone was watching me. At first, I only caught his dark silhouette standing far back, partially obscured by the darkness and the heavy snowfall. As I kept walking, however, I watched in terror as the figure began moving parallel to me across the street, matching my exact pace and keeping his eyes locked on me. I immediately picked up my speed, eventually reaching an intersection where I could turn deeper into the neighborhood toward better lit streets. The figure followed me. He stepped completely out of the tree line. When he passed directly under a street lamp, I caught the sickening sight of that same disturbing mask with the long, stringy black hair. He must have been stalking our group the entire night, patiently waiting for one of us to end up walking alone. I panicked and started moving as fast as my winter boots would allow. The desolate, silent streets made me feel like I was sprinting for my life through a ghost town. When I finally reached my house, I slammed the front door shut and locked it behind me. For some bizarre reason, I didn't mention a word of what had happened to my parents. I just went straight up to my bedroom. I think I was simply too terrified to speak the words out loud, as if admitting I was being hunted would somehow make the danger more real. For a few minutes, I sat on the edge of my bed, gasping for air and trying to calm my racing pulse, until the front doorbell rang. An intense, icy chill ran through my entire body, knowing with certainty that there had been nobody else on our street when I ran inside. Downstairs, I heard my parents talking in confusion, wondering why any kids would still be out trick-or-treating in a blizzard. My mom grabbed a leftover bowl of candy from the counter and walked toward the foyer. As she went to answer it, I quietly crept out of my room, walked down the upper hallway, and looked over the railing toward the front entrance. My stomach dropped into a cold knot. Standing in the doorway was the tall man wearing the Momo mask. Even though his eyes were hidden behind the plastic sockets, I knew with absolute certainty that he was looking right past my mom and staring directly at me at the back of the hall. He didn't reach for any candy, nor did he utter a single word to my mother. He simply turned around and walked back down the driveway into the snow. The man was likely expecting me to answer the door alone. My mom remarked on how bizarre and unsettling the encounter was, noting that he was clearly a grown adult, but ultimately brushed it off as a bad Halloween prank. I never told her the truth about what actually happened or what that man had intended to do to me that night. Where I live, Halloween night is always pretty cold. Sometimes it snows, sometimes it doesn't, but freezing weather is just standard for late October. This particular year, a heavy snowfall had covered the ground overnight. By the time the official trick-or-treat hours officially started, another wave of snow began coming down. Because of the miserable weather, there weren't many crowds walking the streets. I was just relaxing at home alone, handing out handfuls of candy whenever a rare group knocked, and watching TV by the fireplace to pass the time. All the kids who did show up had heavy winter coats covering their costumes, which kind of ruined the usual festive Halloween spirit. As the night wore on, the snowfall turned severe, driving away the few stubborn kids who had braved the cold earlier. A full 30 minutes went by without a single knock at the door. It was around 7 p.m. and the sun had already set, so I assumed trick-or-treating was effectively over for the night. I got up off the couch and walked over to the front entryway, only to freeze in my tracks. The front door was sitting wide open, swaying gently as the freezing winter wind blew snow right into the foyer. I rushed over, looked out onto the empty porch, saw nobody, and quickly pulled the door shut. I stood there for a moment trying to rationalize it, convincing myself that I must have failed to latch it properly after the last group of kids, allowing the wind to blow it open. I knew I hadn't locked it, since it was Halloween night and I was constantly opening it every few minutes anyway. I brushed it off as a minor oversight and walked back to the living room. On my way back, I pulled open the window curtains so I could watch the snow fall outside. Another few hours passed as the temperature plummeted and the snow fell even harder. I actually had to check the local weather app a few times to ensure a full-blown blizzard wasn't hitting our town. By 10 p.m., I was feeling tired enough to call it a night. I turned off the TV, switched off the lamps, and headed into the kitchen to finish up the dinner dishes I had left in the sink. Cleaning up the kitchen was just a standard part of my nightly routine before heading to bed. As I was standing at the sink putting plates away, however, I heard a distinct creaking noise echoing from the floor directly above me. I froze completely, staring up at the blank kitchen ceiling, listening as the faint would sound slowly faded out. I stood there in utter disbelief for a moment. It sounded exactly like a bedroom door creaking open. A sound so cliché that I actually tried to convince myself it was too much like a horror movie trope to be real. I finished up in the kitchen, turned off the final light switch, and walked upstairs to check out the source of the noise. Honestly, I didn't expect to find anything amiss and wasn't particularly worried. The moment I stepped into my bedroom, however, I noticed my closet door was standing wide open. That instantly changed everything, sending a spike of intense anxiety through my chest. I connected the dots between finding the front entrance swinging open earlier and now finding my bedroom closet door open. This couldn't possibly be a coincidence. Just to be thorough, I stepped up and peered inside the dark closet, but saw nothing out of the ordinary. I even checked around the corners of the bedroom. I couldn't fathom how, if someone had actually broken into my house, there were no other visible signs of an intrusion. Where on earth were they hiding? And what was the point of sneaking inside a house just to open a couple of interior doors? I was still deeply unnerved. I pulled my bedroom door shut, turned the lock, and began pacing back and forth across the carpet trying to figure out what to do. At one point, while facing the locked door, I caught sight of something. There was a dark shadow blocking the faint light beneath the door frame. It took only a few terrifying seconds to realize that someone was standing right on the other side of the door. I held my breath and tried not to make a single sound, though in hindsight, whoever was standing out there obviously knew I was inside the room. I guess I just desperately wanted them to believe I hadn't noticed them. I stood completely paralyzed, staring at that shadow beneath the door for 2 or 3 agonizing minutes. I wanted to call the police, but I was terrified that speaking would provoke the intruder, leaving me trapped in indecision. Because I remained completely still and silent for so long, the person standing in the hallway must have realized I was onto them. Slowly, the metal doorknob began to turn back and forth, clicking uselessly against the engaged lock. Then, the shadow shifted away from the crack beneath the door. Perhaps they realized I could see their shadow against the hallway light. I really don't know. After that, I stood waiting in the dark for 10 full minutes. I didn't hear another sound or see another movement. I had no idea if the person was still standing in the dark hallway or if they were still inside my home at all. Eventually, I quietly dialed 911 on my phone, whispering my address to the dispatcher. It turned out the intruder had fled. As the responding officers arrived, searched the property, and found the house empty. The entire experience was a terrifying ordeal. I can't even begin to imagine what would have happened to me if I hadn't pulled my bedroom door shut and locked it when I did. Being even a few minutes late would have completely altered the outcome of that night. Because I never actually caught a glimpse of the intruder's face, I had no description to give the police. Nor did I have any suspicious exes or acquaintances to name as suspects. To this day, I have no idea who was standing outside my bedroom door or what they intended to do to me. I am 32 years old and live in a small, isolated home out in the countryside. This particular night was progressing completely normally right up. It was my day off, so I had been relaxing at home all day without noticing a single strange occurrence. Around 9 p.m., I headed upstairs to my bedroom to turn in for the night. I was laying in bed watching YouTube videos on my phone, trying to drift off, when I began to hear an unusual noise. I paused the video on my screen. Faintly, I could hear voices talking somewhere outside my house. It sounded like at least 2 people, possibly more. The hushed way they were conversing made it clear they were trying to keep their voices down, which immediately made me suspicious. This was the first time I had ever experienced anyone trespassing on my land, at least that I was aware of. I lived miles away from neighboring houses, and there were no public sidewalks or roads nearby, meaning anyone walking around out there had to be doing so deliberately. I sat up in bed and strained my ears to make out what they were saying, but their voices were still too muffled. I got out of bed and crept over to the bedroom window. The second my silhouette stepped up to the glass, all the muffled voices outside instantly went dead silent. A cold wave of fear washed over my body, knowing that their sudden silence meant whoever was down there had seen me in the window. I looked out, but pitch-black darkness enveloped my entire property. The thought of multiple pairs of hidden eyes staring up at me through the glass was deeply unsettling. I quickly backed away from the window. I desperately hoped it was all just a mistake, that a group of lost hikers had accidentally stumbled onto. If that were true, however, why didn't they leave the moment they saw my house lights? And why did it sound like their footsteps were approaching closer to the structure? I waited a few agonizing minutes before creeping back up to the glass. I decided to head downstairs and check out every window on the main floor, trying to catch a glimpse of the trespassers. The terrifying uncertainty of not knowing where they were. Roughly 30 minutes after I first heard the voices, I decided to take the risk of cracking open the front door to get a better visual and listen closely. I flipped on the porch light, unlocked the door, and stepped out onto the wooden deck. I took a few cautious steps away from the doorway. I heard nothing except the whistling wind and the faint chirping of crickets in the distance. Beyond the reach of the porch light, the darkness was too thick to discern any shapes or trees. As I stood out there in the freezing air, an overwhelming sense of dread slammed into me. My eyes darted frantically across the dark tree line as intense paranoia took over. It was as if I could physically feel multiple pairs of eyes locking onto me from the dark. I spun around, hurried back inside, and slammed and locked the heavy door. It was likely just an instinctual gut feeling, but I felt with absolute certainty that something terrible was about to happen. I had no idea what it was, but I didn't want to be outside to find out. Once I was back inside with all the exterior doors secured, the overwhelming dread began to fade. I poured myself a glass of water, walked back upstairs, and forced myself to calm down. It took a long time, but I eventually managed to fall asleep. I must have been asleep for a few hours before I was violently jolted awake by the sound of shattering glass echoing from the hallway. I leapt out of bed, my heart hammering against my ribs, and sprinted over to throw open the bedroom door. I looked down the hall and saw sharp shards of glass scattered across the floorboards. Someone had thrown a heavy rock straight through the window at the far end of the hallway wall. I stood there in absolute shock for several seconds, completely paralyzed as my brain tried to. Then, the voices returned. Multiple men shouting aggressive commands at one another. In between their shouting, heavy, violent thuds began slamming against my front door below. The force of the impacts shook the entire structure of the house. Amidst the heavy thuds, more ground floor windows were smashed inwards. I frantically dialed 911 on my phone. While I was on the line with the emergency dispatcher, I heard the terrifying sound of my front door splintering open, followed by the heavy footsteps of multiple men rushing into my home. Their boots thundered across the ground floor, and I could even hear a few of them laughing. The dispatcher informed me that an officer was 5 minutes away, but knowing that a group of intruders was already inside and could easily break down my thin bedroom door, I knew I couldn't wait around. I rushed over to my bedroom window and threw it open. Because my house was a ranch-style build with Obviously, climbing onto a slippery roof in the dark was extremely dangerous, but I had no other choice. I scrambled out the window onto the shingles, pulled the window closed behind me, and commando crawled up to the peak of the roof. A minute later, the men began violently pounding on my bedroom door below. A couple of them yelled for me to open up, with some even using mockingly friendly voices. It was sickening. It took only a few heavy kicks before they smashed the wooden door off its hinges. I could hear their heavy boots pacing frantically through the room directly beneath me. After searching the bedroom for 30 seconds, their voices turned frustrated. They spread out and stormed through the entire upper floor, systematically searching every single room. After that, I couldn't tell what they were doing down there. They remained inside my house until the faint wail of police sirens began echoing in the distance. The moment the sirens approached, the group poured out of the front door and vanished into the pitch-black woods. I remained crouched on the roof until the police officers entered the house and helped me climb down safely. I still can't believe I managed to survive that night. A whole group of men violently home invading an isolated countryside house in the middle of the night while I was completely alone is the ultimate nightmare. I can only imagine what they intended to do to me. My house was completely trashed, yet nothing of value was actually stolen, which chillingly meant they were explicitly hunting for me. Whether they were targeting me specifically or just picked my isolated house at random, I don't think I'll ever know. I used to work the night shift at a small shipping warehouse located just outside of town. It wasn't a massive facility, just a long, rectangular concrete building featuring 3 loading docks. Most nights, the shift consisted of just me and 1 or 2 other workers, but the company began cutting hours during the slow season. Because of those cuts, I ended up working completely alone from midnight to 6 a.m. for several weeks. I didn't think much of it at first. I actually enjoyed the peace and quiet, and the workload was easy enough to manage solo. I kept my earbuds in for most of the night and tried not to dwell on how unnervingly quiet the facility was. The heavy machinery that roared during the day sat completely silent at night, meaning even the smallest sound echoed off the high concrete. This particular night was exceptionally quiet. There were no semi-trucks driving along the nearby highway, nor was there any wind hitting the steel building. From inside the warehouse floor, I could hear the faint chirping of crickets coming from the forest surrounding the facility. At some point early in my shift, I put my earbuds in and focused on my tasks for a long stretch without stopping. I was standing in the far back corner of the facility scanning a wooden pallet when I heard a sound that made me freeze in place. Footsteps, light, deliberate steps, not hurried or heavy, but unmistakably human footsteps. They were coming from the front entrance of the warehouse near the main office. At first, I assumed my manager might have dropped by unannounced without sending a text, which had happened once before and gave me as big of a jump scare as you could imagine. I took my earbuds out and listened intently again. Now, however, there was complete silence. After a minute passed, I convinced myself that I had just imagined the sound, but right as I resumed scanning, I heard them again. It was just a few distinct footsteps, slow, deliberate, and spaced out, as if whoever was making them wasn't quite sure where they were heading. "John, that you?" I called out into the quiet warehouse. I called out my boss's name, but he didn't answer, and the mysterious footsteps abruptly ceased as well. I began walking toward the front office area, attempting to project confidence even though I was deeply nervous. The main warehouse lighting didn't reach the front office very well, leaving that section of the building dimly lit and full of heavy shadows. I reached out and flipped on the main office light switch, peering inside the room. I even stepped inside the break room to check around the corner, but found nobody. I didn't know what else to do other than try to shake off the paranoia and get back to my shift. Usually, I wasn't the type of person to get worked up over minor bumps in the night. Because of that, I knew either my mind was playing tricks on me or something was genuinely wrong inside the building. Another hour passed, and I finished scanning my assigned pallets before heading into the office to log the inventory data and process a few routine items. As I mentioned before, the office was tucked away toward the corner of the layout. I sat down in the desk chair and started tackling the tedious computer work, clicking through software menus and adjusting scan numbers. I had been sitting there for no more than 5 minutes when my eyes instinctively darted up toward the hallway window, the one that overlooked the main warehouse floor. Someone was walking between the tall rows of metal shelving. It was just a dark silhouette barely visible in the dim light, but even from that quick glance, the movement was unmistakably a human walking. I stood up so fast that my desk chair tipped over backward, and I yelled, "Hey!" through the glass to force them to stop. My shout echoed loudly down the length of the empty warehouse floor, but after the figure vanished out of sight behind the next shelf, I saw nothing more. I grabbed the heaviest object within arm's reach to defend myself, an old, solid metal tool resting on the desk, and stepped out of the office. I began walking slowly down the main aisle, calling out over and over, "Who's in here?" And, "You can't be in here." No matter how hard I tried to sound intimidating, my voice quavered and sounded completely lacking in confidence. I cleared the floor aisle by aisle, checking around corners and looking behind wooden crates where a grown adult couldn't possibly be hiding. Still, I found no one. Eventually, I reached the far back wall of the facility, confirming that every single row behind me was entirely empty. I stood there staring at the silent warehouse with a blank expression, trying to process how someone could have vanished so quickly. The only remaining spots to check were a couple of side hallways that the trespasser could have slipped into, though I felt certain I would have heard those heavy steel doors opening and slamming shut. Regardless, there was no way I could return to my computer work without checking those corridors first. I pushed open one of the heavy doors and looked down the long hallway. I had rarely frequented this specific section of the facility, as it led toward manager offices that I had no business visiting during my shifts. I didn't see anyone standing in the corridor, so I turned around and let the door swing shut behind me. Right as I did, I heard the distinct metallic latch of a door opening further down that same hallway. I spun back around instantly, catching the edge of the door before it could click shut. Peering down the corridor once more, I saw a man standing directly at the far end of the hall. He appeared to be in his early 20s, but he didn't look like a typical young guy you'd pass on the street. He looked wildly disheveled, unkempt, and unhinged, with his eyes wide open enough for me to catch the whites of them from all the way down the hall. I couldn't tell if he was under the influence of something, but the vacant, predatory way he stared at me was deeply horrifying. I called out, demanding to know why he was inside the building and telling him he needed to leave immediately. The guy didn't even look like he comprehended the words coming out of my mouth. I called out a second time, raising my voice to sound aggressive while lying that I had already alerted security. He simply stepped forward and began walking toward me. I couldn't tell if he was preparing to leave or just trying to close the physical distance between us, so I remained frozen in the doorway attempting to talk him down. I think he was roughly 15 to 20 feet away when I caught sight of a heavy object gripped tightly in his right hand. Before I could process what it was, he cocked his arm back and hurled it directly at my head with all the force he could muster. The heavy projectile flew past my face, missing my head by a couple of inches before smashing violently into the metal door frame beside me. It was a heavy steel wrench. The deafening metallic bang it made against the frame rang through my ears like an explosion. I turned on my heel and sprinted out of the hallway, hearing his heavy footsteps giving chase as if his life depended on catching me. I glanced over my shoulder a couple of times, seeing him holding a tight gap just 10 to 15 feet behind me with that terrifying glare locked on my back. I reached the front office, threw myself inside, and slammed the heavy door, locking it just as he threw his entire body weight against the exterior metal panel. Fortunately, this administrative office was built sturdy, secured by a solid metal door and reinforced window glass designed for industrial environments. The glass was roughly 4 inches thick and engineered to withstand heavy impacts without shattering. The man moved over to the window pane and frantically began throwing his shoulder against it, hammering the reinforced glass with his fists. He looked completely unhinged, but he eventually realized he couldn't break through the glass, stopped his assault, and turned away. He slowly ambled back down the main aisle toward the rear of the building, and I assumed he exited out the back loading doors. I was already dialing 911 on the desk landline, but it took a long time for local officers to arrive, giving the trespasser more than enough time to escape into the night. The facility wasn't modern, so the security camera footage was grainy and low quality. The playback showed him breaking through a side door and roaming the aisles, essentially stalking my movements throughout my entire shift, but none of the angles captured a clear view of his face. There was no way to determine why he had broken into the warehouse or why he was intent on attacking me. I remained employed at that company for a while afterward, and as time passed, the bizarre incident almost felt surreal to look back on. Eventually, I quit and secured a similar job elsewhere, deciding it wasn't worth staying around if there was a chance that man might return. I was 18 at the time, still living with my parents, but since I was an adult, they felt comfortable leaving me home alone for short stretches. This was one of those occasions where my parents were away out of town for a couple of days. Our house wasn't anything fancy, just a standard suburban family home located in a quiet neighborhood. On days like that, I usually just lounged around the house, watched TV, or played video games. I didn't own a car yet, so unless I felt like embarking on a 30-minute walk to grab fast food, I had no real reason to leave the house. That morning, I spent a few hours relaxing in bed watching shows on my phone before finally getting up to make breakfast downstairs. Right as I reached the kitchen and started preparing food, my friend sent a text to my phone. I assumed he was just asking me to log online to play games, so I finished cooking before opening the message. When I finally unlocked my phone and read the text, I was thoroughly confused. It read, "Who's that guy standing outside your house?" I was completely caught off guard by the question. I texted back, "What?" and walked over to the front living room window to peer outside, but the street was completely empty. There were no idling cars, no pedestrians, just a quiet, peaceful suburban neighborhood. My friend's house was directly across the street from mine, but I didn't see him standing by his window either, which added to my confusion. After waiting a minute, I decided to call him directly, assuming he was pulling a prank on me. He was the type of friend who frequently said ridiculous things just to mess with people, but I couldn't figure out the punchline to this joke. He answered the phone and didn't laugh or break character at all. He was dead serious, insisting he had just watched a strange man standing in my yard whom he had never seen in our neighborhood before. He added that he only mentioned it because the guy appeared to be actively peering through my ground floor windows. That sounded deeply unsettling, but since the guy was no longer out there, neither of us could figure out who he was or what he wanted. With the stranger gone, we let the topic drop and joined a Discord voice call to play video games together for the next few hours. I only ventured downstairs once during that entire gaming session to refill my water glass, taking a quick glance out the window and seeing nobody outside. We stayed online playing games until around 5 o'clock or 6 p.m. before wrapping up the session. By the time I logged off, the sun had already set, and I realized just how quickly the afternoon had slipped away. I headed downstairs to the kitchen to fix a quick dinner, trying to decide how to spend the rest of the evening. Likely just watching TV in my room. While I was standing at the counter cooking, I caught the subtle movement of a shadow flickering across the wall directly in front of me. I spun around instantly. I saw nothing moving in the living room that could have cast that shadow, until my eyes landed on the large window facing the yard. I walked over to the glass and looked out into the yard. It was pitch black and completely still outside. The unsettling thought of someone standing out in the dark staring in at me gave me immediate chills. I tried to convince myself I was just being overly paranoid, reasoning that the shadow could have been cast by a passing car's headlights. I finished making my food, carried the plate upstairs to my bedroom, and turned on the TV. I stayed up there for at least an hour, eating dinner and idly watching whatever show was playing. As the night wore on and my bedroom grew darker, I realized I hadn't turned on any of the overhead lights upstairs. The television screen was the sole source of light illuminating my room, and I kept catching my eyes darting toward the gap beneath my bedroom door, noticing how pitch black the hallway was. Normally, a dark hallway wouldn't bother me in the slightest, but that night it felt oppressive and wrong. Eventually, I paused my show and decided to head downstairs for a snack, though it was mostly an excuse to walk around and switch on all the house lights to shake off the eerie mood. The moment I opened my bedroom door, however, that uncomfortable feeling intensified. The house felt far too quiet, and the dark hallway felt hostile. I flipped the hallway light switch, confirming the corridor was empty, and felt a bit silly for letting myself get creeped out over nothing. I began walking down the stairs toward the ground floor. Before grabbing a snack, I checked the living room windows once more. The level of paranoia I was experiencing was unlike anything I had ever felt before. I even left all the downstairs lights burning bright, knowing I wasn't planning on returning downstairs before sleep, just so I wouldn't have to think about the ground floor being in pitch blackness. I turned around and started heading back up the staircase, but halfway up the steps, I froze. I heard what sounded like an echo of my own footsteps bouncing through the house, but the rhythm sounded slightly off. Our house had never produced an echo like that before. I took 2 steps down and then 2 steps up, but the house remained silent. It didn't replicate the noise. I stood completely still on the stairs, replaying the subtle sound over and over in my head. I felt my eyes widen and my heart rate spike right before I sprinted up the remaining steps into my bedroom, slammed the door, locked it, and dialed 911. I was 99% certain that the sound I heard was another person's footsteps inside the house, carefully matching my pace step for step so I wouldn't hear them sneaking up behind me on the stairs. When I stood on the staircase analyzing the sound, I realized with terrifying clarity that it matched a second person walking. While waiting for the police officers to arrive, I called my friend across the street to ask if he could see anything from his house. He said no, but walked over to his front window while staying on the line to scan my property. A couple of minutes into the call, he suddenly gasped, "Oh shit!" He reported seeing a man climb out of a ground floor window on the side of my house and sprint toward the tree line at the edge of the yard. He confirmed it appeared to be the exact same guy he had spotted loitering outside earlier that morning. I was completely speechless, horrified by how accurate my paranoid instincts about not being alone had been. When the police officers pulled into the driveway, I stepped outside to meet them while they conducted their walkthrough and search. My friend walked across the street and gave his statement to the officers as well. The investigation didn't yield immediate results beyond a promise from the officers to patrol the neighborhood and follow up on any potential leads. However, the officers noted striking similarities between my experience and an incident from 2 weeks prior in a neighboring subdivision. In that case, another teenager was home alone when a stranger began lurking around the exterior windows, eventually trying to coax the teen into unlocking the door. In both instances, the intruder's ultimate motive remained completely unclear. Kidnapping seemed like the logical assumption, but since the man was on foot without a vehicle nearby, dragging a screaming teenager down the street seemed unlikely. I have no idea what that man intended to do to me that night, and I never found out because he was never caught, meaning he is likely still out there stalking unsuspecting people. I was on a solo road trip across the country to meet up with my family and a few close friends on the West Coast. I booked a small rental cabin for a single night along my route. My plan was to stay there for only 10 to 12 hours, just long enough to eat dinner, shower, get a full night's sleep, and hit the road early the next morning. By the time I arrived at the location, I had been behind the wheel for 9 straight hours and was completely exhausted. The cabin turned out to be far more isolated than the listing had led me to believe. It might have felt more extreme because I arrived in the dead of night surrounded by dense woods, but it definitely wasn't what I had envisioned. I had expected it to be part of a cluster or row of rental cabins, but it sat entirely alone in the forest. I parked my car on the gravel patch in front of the cabin and carried my bags inside. Oddly, the front door didn't match the rustic architecture of the rest of the cabin at all. It wasn't a major issue, but it was visually striking. A modern, heavy-duty security door fitted onto an otherwise old, wooden structure. Inside, the cabin consisted of a single open room with a bed, a small kitchenette, a sofa, and a television all packed into the tight space. It had a very old-fashioned, rustic feel. I wasted no time preparing a quick dinner, eating, and getting ready to sleep. Because I was so drained from the long drive, I fell asleep almost instantly. Roughly an hour after drifting off, however, I suddenly woke up. It wasn't a loud noise that woke me, but rather an intense gut feeling. I know it sounds irrational, but the moment my eyes opened, I felt deeply uneasy for no apparent reason. I sat up in bed and listened quietly for a few moments to make sure I hadn't missed a sound, but the cabin was dead silent. Still feeling anxious, I leaned over and peered out the window beside my bed. I didn't expect to spot anything, but as I looked into the dark, I immediately caught movement among the trees. It took me a few seconds to process what I was seeing, but based on the silhouette's gait, I was certain it was a person walking through the woods. What on earth were they doing out there in the middle of the night? It was pitch black outside, as the thick forest canopy blocked out all light from the moon and stars. I could only track the figure for about 30 seconds before they vanished into the dense darkness. I remained by the window for a while, waiting to see if they would re-emerge, but after 5 minutes of silence, I laid back down in bed. I knew I had another long day of driving ahead of me. I closed my eyes and tried to force myself back to sleep, but I lay there awake for nearly 40 minutes, unable to rest, before I heard a noise directly outside the cabin wall. Before I could even process what the sound was, a heavy knock rattled the front door. Because the entire cabin was just one open room, the door they were pounding on was sitting merely a few feet away from my bed, and there were no interior rooms or alternative exits to retreat to. I leapt out of bed, my head spinning with panic. I don't think I had ever experienced that level of pure terror in my entire life. Then, a man's voice shouted aggressively from the other side of the heavy door, "Hey, open up! Open the door right now! I know you're in there! Open the door!" His tone was furious and demanding, which only sent my panic into overdrive. I didn't know whether to yell back or stay silent. They clearly knew someone was inside, as my car was parked directly in front of the cabin. I grabbed my phone and dialed 911. It took an agonizing minute for the call to connect, as my phone lacked cellular service and was struggling to route the emergency call over data. When the line finally connected, the operator assured me that a police cruiser was dispatched to my location. Outside, the man continued relentlessly striking the front door. I couldn't tell if he was simply pounding his fists against the panel or actively trying to breach the frame. He never managed to break through, however. After a couple of minutes, I heard his heavy footsteps step off the porch wooden planks. A moment later, the loud crunch of shattering glass echoed from the gravel driveway, my car window. By the time the police officers pulled up to the cabin, the man had vanished. There were clear footprints leading back into the dense woods, but the officers weren't going to plunge into a dark forest late at night to hunt for an unknown suspect. When the police contacted the cabin's owner, however, the story took a disturbing turn. The owner admitted that a previous guest had experienced an almost identical incident months prior, though the guest had chosen not to involve the police. Apparently, a stranger had pounded on the door in the middle of the night, shouting at the occupant. The morning after that previous guest checked out, the owner discovered the original wooden door had been completely smashed open, likely with a sledgehammer or heavy tool. The owner admitted he avoided reporting the incident to law enforcement out of fear that bad publicity would destroy his rental business. Instead, He had quietly replaced the broken wooden door with a heavy-duty, reinforced security door. I didn't even know how to process that revelation. At the end of the day, I was just relieved to leave that place behind and reach my family safely. What that man intended to do, had he successfully breached the cabin door, is something that will haunt my thoughts for the rest of my life. I worked as a clerk at a local gas station from 2018 through 2020. It wasn't the most glamorous job I've ever held, but it paid the bills at the time. When it came to my work schedule, I constantly requested the overnight shift from my manager. I knew the night shift meant significantly less foot traffic and allowed me to work without supervision. During my first year, I was mostly assigned standard day and evening shifts. By my second year, however, my manager finally started assigning me the overnight slot. While I was right about it being less demanding physically, I completely underestimated how mind-numbing the boredom would be. Business dropped off almost completely after 10 p.m. Hardly anyone walked through the front doors, and the few customers who did pull in were just topping off their gas tanks at the pumps outside. I am not exaggerating when I say I had virtually nothing to do for hours on end. I found myself inventing tasks just to keep my mind occupied and pass the time. Sometimes I would even step outside and pace around the parking lot out of sheer boredom. This particular night started out like any other overnight shift. By midnight, I was searching for anything to keep myself busy. I decided that emptying the trash cans by the gas pumps would be a good way to kill a few minutes. I grabbed a handful of fresh trash bags and walked outside, clearing out a couple of the exterior bins before walking around to the back of the building to toss the bags into the large dumpster. When I threw the bags over the rim, I nearly jumped out of my skin. A man was standing directly behind the dumpster in the dark. I hadn't noticed him at all while walking up to the bin. "Oh, sorry. I didn't see you standing there," I blurted out nervously, mostly embarrassed that I had been startled and not yet registering the strangeness of the situation. The man didn't utter a word in response. He just stared at me with an unblinking, emotionless expression. As I walked back around to the front of the store, the absurdity of finding a guy lurking behind the dumpster late at night finally set in. He didn't appear to be homeless or in distress, so what could he possibly be doing back there in the dark? I glanced over my shoulder a few times while emptying the remaining gas pump bins, then walked back to the dumpster a bit more cautiously to throw out the final bag. The man was gone. He was nowhere to be seen in the alleyway. I tossed the remaining trash into the bin and went back inside the warm store. Perhaps it was careless on my part, but I didn't view the encounter as an immediate threat. There were other late-night businesses operating on the block, including a nearby bar, and people frequently took shortcuts past our gas station lot. I assumed he was just a bar patron cutting behind the building who happened to be standing there when I walked up. I pulled out my phone and checked the lock screen. It was 12:15 a.m. I leaned against the checkout counter and tried to brainstorm another task to kill time, but my train of thought was interrupted by movement catching the edge of my vision. I looked over toward the open doorway that led into the back storage room. I was positive I saw something shift in the darkness inside that room. I didn't panic immediately, assuming my tired eyes were just playing tricks on me in the dim lighting. Since I had nothing else to do, however, I decided I might as well step over and inspect the doorway. I began walking across the polished floor toward the storage entrance. I tilted my head to the right, attempting to peer around the doorframe as I approached the opening. Do you need any more scripts formatted? Or would you like to explore another creative direction for these stories? The lights were off in that room, but right when I reached the doorway, I caught sight of someone standing unnervingly close to the wall, as if they were hiding and waiting for me to walk in. As soon as I spotted them and froze, they stepped right around the corner. It was that same man from behind the building, but he had the most disturbing expression on his face, an image I still can't scrub from my mind. It was a twisted mix of pure rage and insanity. I barely had time to register the knife glinting in his hand before he lunged and swung it directly toward me. My instincts took over and I hurled myself backward, slamming into one of the metal shelves behind me before sprinting out of the store. I ran a considerable distance down the block before finally pausing to call 911. Standing out on the street, I couldn't tell if the guy had exited the store or not because the night air was thick with fog. Naturally, the man had vanished by the time the police officers arrived on the scene. My best guess is that he was an unhinged squatter despite his appearance, likely hoping to end my life and steal whatever cash or goods he could grab from the register. Then again, he could have just been completely insane and driven by an urge to commit something horrible that night without any provocation. Who really knows? I quit that job shortly after the incident and never heard another word about it. I was just relaxing at home that night like any other evening. There really wasn't anything exciting going on. I was enjoying my time lounging on the couch, watching TV, and staying up late to take full advantage of the long weekend. I guess I should mention that I lived entirely alone in a typical suburban house. I had gone through a pretty nasty breakup a few months prior, and after the dust settled, I decided to keep the house rather than sell it, but that's a story for another day. It was around 10 o'clock or 11 p.m., and I was sipping on a cold can of beer when a sudden noise shattered the quiet. It sounded like a knock, but not from the front door, which still wouldn't have made sense at that hour. It came from behind me toward the back of the house. I left the TV running and walked around to investigate the source of the sound. To my ears, it sounded like something tapping lightly on a window pane, but assuming that couldn't be right, I rationalized that an item must have tipped over. I walked down the hallway and peeked my head into the family room and then the kitchen, but there was nothing out of place, so I returned to the couch. I might be a bit less jumpy than the average person because I genuinely brushed it off. I didn't give it another thought because I assumed it was nothing important. I stayed on the couch for a while longer, drinking and unwinding, until I heard it a second time, that distinct tapping on glass. After hearing it clearly the second time, I was almost certain that's exactly what it was. I stood up and did another loop through the back rooms. This time, however, something was immediately wrong. One of the windows at the rear of the house was pushed wide open, and so was the door leading down to the basement. If it had been just one or the other, I probably could have talked myself out of believing someone had broken in. With both sitting wide open alongside the tapping noises I'd been hearing, I knew it was far too suspicious to ignore. Now, I recognize how foolish my next decision was, but in that moment, I felt compelled to inspect the basement. I think the alcohol severely impaired my judgment. To be completely honest, I was a fairly large guy with a big ego, and I wasn't about to run out of my own house and let an intruder escape scot-free. I stared down the dark, empty staircase for a brief moment. Strangely, not a single sound echoed up from below. I took a few slow steps down the creaking wooden stairs and flipped on the dim overhead bulb. Since moving into the house, I don't think I had ever actually spent time in the basement. I simply had no reason to use it. It was entirely unfinished and mostly useless space. When I reached the bottom step, I was caught off guard by just how dark it actually was. The weak light bulb barely illuminated the space, leaving massive shadows in every corner where anyone could easily be crouching. That was the precise moment real fear finally kicked in. I sobered up instantly and decided to get the hell out of that basement. I retreated upstairs, slammed the door shut, and dragged the nearest heavy piece of furniture over to block it tightly. I dialed the police, and by some stroke of luck, an officer happened to be patrolling the adjacent street in my neighborhood. He arrived in record time, stepping inside with his flashlight drawn and his sidearm ready as he carefully searched the basement level. It took him less than 10 seconds to locate a man crouched silently in the pitch-black corner directly beside the staircase. I realized I must have been standing a mere 3 or 4 feet away from him when I was down there. The man was armed with a massive kitchen knife. Thankfully, he didn't attempt to fight the officer and surrendered without a struggle. As for why he broke into my home, I still have no idea. The man claimed he was simply seeking shelter from the elements, which made zero sense given that the weather outside was completely mild. To make matters stranger, police records showed he wasn't even homeless. He maintained his own downtown apartment and held a steady job. That encounter was likely the closest I've ever come to having my life cut short. It remains deeply unsettling how completely out of nowhere it happened, without any discernible motive. I suppose it served as a harsh lesson to never drop your guard, even on a seemingly mundane, uneventful night. This happened only 5 or 6 weeks ago. It was spring and raining heavily, so I was spending most of my free time indoors to stay dry. I had a stack of work documents to finalize, so that evening I was sitting at my desk in the living room working on my laptop. I was completely exhausted, and even with a fresh mug of coffee beside me, my eyelids felt heavy. Every few minutes, I would lean back in my chair, stretch my arms, and rub my eyes to force myself to stay awake. During one of those moments when I leaned back, however, I caught sight of something standing just outside. I nearly jumped out of my skin. There was a human face pressed against the window pane directly across the room. Even more terrifying, the guy was staring straight at me and didn't so much as flinch when our eyes met. He just stood there, his face pressed against the glass, wearing a wide grin. I stood up instantly and stared back, paralyzed with shock at seeing a stranger at my window. Before I could even utter a word, he stepped away from the glass and disappeared into the dark. I wasn't exactly experienced in dealing with peeping toms, so I was completely at a loss for how to react. I had never seen that man before in my entire life. Eventually, I walked up to the glass and peered out, but whoever it was had vanished. I could see deep footprints imprinted in the mud, leading across my lawn and toward the tree line. I stepped back and stood frozen in the middle of the room for a moment to gather my thoughts. I reasoned that if I could just confirm he had left the property, I'd be able to finish my night without completely losing my mind. I quickly threw on my rain jacket, unlocked the front door, switched on the porch lights, and stepped outside into the drizzle. The rain wasn't falling too hard, so visibility was fairly clear. I walked over to the exact window where the man had been standing moments prior. It was bizarre seeing the interior of my home from that outside angle. My desk, my laptop, and the entire room were illuminated perfectly. It was chilling to see that perspective, knowing someone had been standing in that exact spot watching my every move. It gave me immediate goosebumps. I looked down at the fresh footprints in the mud and made the split-second decision to follow them. Replaying that moment now, I realize how foolish that was. I honestly don't know what I was thinking. I tracked the prints right up to where the woods grew thick before I suddenly noticed something crucial. The prints were facing back toward my house. This was where he had walked from, meaning there were no tracks showing him leaving the yard. My heart rate spiked as the reality of the situation hit me. I spun around, terrified, desperate to sprint back inside and lock the doors. When I faced my living room window again, a figure was standing inside my house, staring out at me through the glass. I didn't hesitate for a single second. I sprinted full speed down the driveway toward the road and began pounding on my neighbor's front door. They woke up, let me inside, and called the police on my behalf. By the time the officers arrived at my place, the intruder was gone, but they found my back door smashed open. He had clearly broken in the moment I stepped outside into the yard to look for him. Had I stayed inside and come face to face with that disturbed man, I shudder to think what he might have done to me. Back in 2016, I made a trip down to my late father's old cabin. It was located 6 hours away, tucked deep in the woods outside the small hometown where he grew up. The town itself didn't even exist anymore. It was just an abandoned row of rotting buildings and empty storefronts along a deserted stretch of road. We almost never visited his cabin because he always said there was no point once the town dried up and died. After he passed away, however, I thought it would be a meaningful tribute to take a trip down there and visit the structure he had built with his own hands. I knew it would likely be in rough shape, and I intended to perform whatever basic repairs I could to keep it standing a little longer. If nothing else, I hoped the solo trip would help clear my mind and give me some much-needed peace and quiet. I drove down, reached the remnants of the town, and parked my car hidden behind an abandoned gas station building. From there, I loaded up my gear and hiked the thin, winding 2-mile trail through the thick brush up to the cabin. I was carrying a full backpacking rig along with the basic woodworking tools I'd need for the repairs. Part of me worried the structure might have already collapsed, so I came prepared to camp out in a tent if necessary. Fortunately, after the long trek through the woods, I found the cabin still standing in a small clearing. It was a simple, rectangular log structure with wild vines and moss creeping up the exterior walls. When I stepped up to the front entrance, I noted there was no lock on the door, and the interior was in terrible condition. Trash was scattered across the floorboards, and a thick, musty odor hung heavy in the air. It was obvious that someone had discovered the abandoned cabin at some point and squatted there for a time, though it didn't appear to be recent. There were no signs of anyone having been inside for at least a couple of years. I cleared a space in the corner of the room, swept away the debris, and set down my gear. With the sun already dipping below the horizon, I unrolled my sleeping bag and prepared to turn in for the night. I should mention that even though I didn't hear or see anything unusual that first night, I couldn't sleep for more than 30 minutes at a time without waking up in a cold sweat with a terrible feeling of dread. It made for an exhausting, miserable night. I got up at sunrise feeling groggy and questioning whether the entire trip had been a mistake. I fired up my small camping stove to brew a hot mug of coffee, then took a walk through the surrounding woods to clear my head. The forest was still dim, with the early morning sun barely filtering through the thick canopy. A short walk from the cabin, I stumbled upon a high ridge overlooking the valley, a natural hill that sat above the tree line. I thought it would be a perfect spot to sit, drink my coffee, and watch the sunrise. That was when I caught sight of something unexpected. From that high vantage point, I could see the abandoned town far in the distance. Way down among the structures, a light was glowing inside one of the buildings. From that distance, I couldn't tell if it was coming from a residential window or a storefront. Just a minute later, the light vanished instantly. It made me momentarily anxious about my car parked down there, but mostly I was just stunned that anyone else was in the area. I assumed it was likely just urban explorers checking out the ghost town and tried not to worry. I sat on the ridge for an hour watching the sun climb higher, then hiked back down through the woods to begin working on the cabin. My first task was recaulking seams and clearing away the heavy rot on the exterior. The entire time I worked outside, however, that same oppressive feeling from the night before returned. Every time I turned my back to the tree-line, a heavy, eerie sense of being watched washed over me. It took me a while to process what my instincts were telling me, but I eventually understood what it was. I felt with every fiber of my being that I was not alone in those woods. I kept working, but I found myself constantly scanning the trees over my shoulder. Logically, the chances of anyone else being out in those specific woods were practically zero. The abandoned town was one thing, but this was dense wilderness with nothing in it except a decaying cabin. I tried to tell myself I was just letting my grief and fatigue make me paranoid. As the sun began to set, I headed back inside the cabin and decided to test out the old wood-burning stove. The heavy cast iron stove proved indestructible. It lit up without issue and quickly radiated warmth throughout the cabin. I pulled up a stool near the hearth and watched the flames, listening to the wood crackle as my mind wandered. I thought about my father, the trip, and where my life was headed. Sometime later that night, however, the crackling of the fire was suddenly joined by another sound from outside. It was the unmistakable crunching of heavy footsteps stepping onto the front porch. I turned my head toward the entrance and held my breath. I immediately realized it wasn't a wild animal. It was unmistakably a human being. Just as the footsteps reached the front door, the wood stove suddenly felt deafeningly loud, drowning out the subtle sounds from outside. Then came a firm knock, followed by a voice calling out a name that made my blood run cold. The man outside called out my father's name. The shock paralyzed me for a second before I stood up and slowly walked toward the door. How on earth did this stranger know my dad? I couldn't resist calling out through the wood, asking who was standing out there. The man on the porch paused. I think he realized the moment I spoke that I wasn't my father. "I'm an old friend of the man who built this cabin," the stranger's voice called back. "I was hoping I'd get to see him again." I stepped a bit closer to the door, feeling an overwhelming urge to open it, to speak with someone who knew my dad and could share old stories. Yet a gut feeling held me back. Why was he out here in the middle of nowhere late at night? I asked him, and the man replied that he lived down in the abandoned town. After pausing to process that, I decided to tell him the truth, that I was the son of the man he was looking for, and that my father had passed away. There was a long silence on the other side of the door. "I'm real sorry to hear that, kid," the man finally offered. "Wish I could have seen him one last time." Initially, hearing that provided a sense of comfort, but I quickly caught a subtle shift in his tone. There was something off in his voice. It lacked the genuine sorrow you'd expect from an old friend receiving tragic news. Before I could form another response, almost as if he knew I was overanalyzing his tone, the man spoke again. "Why don't you open up and we can have a chat? It's real cold out here, son. Would be nice to share that fire." Even though he spoke at a slow, measured pace, I detected a sharp edge of impatience creeping into his words. My gut told me he was lying, that he wasn't who he claimed to be. Sure, he knew my dad's name and was lingering around his old hometown, but I had zero proof he was ever a friend. While I stood there trying to figure out what to say next, the man pressed again for me to open the door. He knocked a second time, significantly harder this time. His tone dropped the friendly facade and became harsh and demanding. I took several slow steps back from the door, retreating into the room. "Kid, open the door. You gonna let me freeze out here in the cold? That what your father would want from you?" My heart slammed against my ribs as I quietly reached into my pack and unsheathed my heavy hunting knife. The man began pounding violently on the door frame, shouting subtle threats and dropping all pretense of being a harmless family friend. The ordeal went on for longer than I could track. It felt like a waking nightmare that would never end. Then, without warning, the man punched the wooden door in a fit of rage, followed by the heavy crunch of his boots retreating off the porch and back into the dark woods. I stayed awake the entire night with my knife gripped tightly in my hand, my mind racing as I waited in terror. When the sun finally rose and confirmed the woods were clear, I hurriedly packed my gear and sprinted down the trail. I got incredibly lucky. My car was completely untouched behind the crumbling gas station. I threw my gear in the trunk, started the engine, and drove non-stop all the way back to my house. I had hoped the trip would give me closure regarding my dad, but instead, it left me with far more unsettling questions. I realized I never truly understood why my father had abandoned that cabin and moved away so suddenly. I had always assumed it was simply because the town was dying, but now I suspect there was a much darker reason. Perhaps that was the real reason he had never taken me back to visit his cabin. I don't know why that man was lingering out there, what he truly wanted from me, or how he knew my dad's name. Something tells me his intentions that night were sinister. Had I let my emotions take over and opened that door to welcome him inside, I genuinely don't think I ever would have left those woods alive. I had gotten home from work around 9:30 p.m., fixed a quick bowl of cereal for dinner, and headed straight to my bedroom where my PC gaming setup was to play with my group of friends. They all worked late shifts as well, but they were running a bit behind schedule that night. I sat at my desk, finished my cereal, and launched a solo game while waiting for them to log into our voice chat. In the middle of a match, my phone began ringing on the desk. I checked the screen expecting it to be one of my buddies, but it displayed an unfamiliar, random phone number. I let it go to voicemail, but just a couple of minutes later, the same number called back a second time. I found that unusual because spam callers rarely dial back to back from the exact same number. I declined the call, but as you might expect, they dialed right back for a third consecutive time. I figured there was no way it was a telemarketer. It had to be a friend calling from a borrowed phone or a new number. I answered the line, but remained silent at first, waiting for the caller to speak. After a few seconds of dead air, I finally said, "Hello." Nobody answered, but I knew the line wasn't dead because I could clearly hear the sound of wind blowing into the microphone. Someone was definitely holding the phone on the other end. I hung up after 15 seconds, feeling thoroughly creeped out. A few minutes later, my friends finally logged into the voice server, and the first thing I asked was which one of them was messing with me. At first, they joked around and tried to take credit, but it quickly became obvious they had no idea what I was talking about. They agreed it sounded like a weird prank call, but pointed out how pointless it was to call someone repeatedly just to stay silent. We dropped the subject and spent the next couple of hours playing games. Oddly enough, the moment I joined the voice call with my friends, the mysterious phone calls stopped completely. Hours flew by, and by 2 a.m., we decided to wrap up our gaming session for the night. We disconnected from the call, and I lingered at my desk for a moment when my phone vibrated on the mousepad. It was an incoming text message. Before even unlocking the screen, I saw that the text came from the exact same unknown number, and it contained an attached image file. I unlocked my phone and tapped on the image. My stomach dropped into a cold knot, and I felt the blood drain from my face instantly. It was a clear photo of me sitting at my desk gaming, taken from directly behind me just seconds prior. I spun around in my chair, staring wildly into the dark room. Nobody was standing there. The only slight wave of relief I felt was noticing the bedroom window right behind my chair, realizing the photo had likely been taken by someone standing outside looking through the glass rather than inside my room. I scrambled over to the window and looked out into the yard. There was no one visible in the darkness. I double-checked that the window lock was engaged, then yanked the blinds shut. I walked back to my desk, my chest heaving with anxiety as I stared at the photo on my phone screen. I knew how deeply dangerous and invasive this situation was. I saved the picture and immediately forwarded it to our group chat, desperately praying that one of my friends would admit it was an elaborate prank. None of them joked around this time. They all urgently told me to get out of the house or dial 911 immediately. My heart hammered against my ribs as I crept over to my bedroom door, turned the handle quietly, and peeked out into the hallway. The house was dead silent. For some reason, I felt a desperate urge to check the rest of the layout to ensure the house was secure before calling the police, just in case I was in immediate physical danger. I had barely stepped into the hallway when I peered around the corner toward the front entrance. The front door was sitting wide open, An intense, horrific gut feeling washed over me. I felt with absolute certainty that someone was standing right around the corner from me in the dark. I instantly turned on my heel and sprinted back into my bedroom, slamming and locking the door. Immediately, heavy footsteps echoed down the hallway toward my room. The intruder walked slowly, stepping right up to the exterior of my door before knocking firmly on the wood. I watched the metal doorknob turn back and forth against the lock. He knocked a few more times, never uttering a single word. I frantically initiated an emergency call with the police, but the entire encounter lasted no more than 30 seconds. The man behind the door suddenly stepped back, and I heard his footsteps retreat down the hall as he exited the house. A few police cruisers arrived shortly after and conducted a search, but I never received the answers I desperately needed. The number used to call and text me belonged to an untraceable burner phone. It was never linked to a name, and I never caught a glimpse of the man's face, leaving me with zero clues as to who he was or why he targeted me that night. Do you need any further adjustments to this formatting? Or would you like to work on another set of scripts? Even now, I can't help but get paranoid sometimes, because what's stopping him from coming back and doing the exact same thing again? Or something even worse. I'm 26 and live in a townhouse on the far suburbs of a small city. I work closing shifts, usually getting off at 10 o'clock or 11 p.m., and spend most of my free time at home, staying up late and gaming all night with my buddies. It was pretty much the same routine over and over every single day. A couple of months ago, though, I was having a particularly stressful week at work and wasn't in the mood to hang out with my friends that night or even log online with them. Couldn't get to sleep either. I stayed up until 2 a.m., bored and scrolling through YouTube, before deciding to take a break and go for a walk outside. I didn't take walks very often, but whenever I did, I always found them to be calming and enjoyable. I don't really know why I didn't go more often, especially at night when nobody else was out. It felt like I had the entire town to myself, which in hindsight sounds a bit eerie, but I liked it back then. Or at least I used to. I grabbed a hoodie, locked up my place, and set out down the pavement. I had no set plan for how long or far I'd go, but I started off taking my typical route, leaving the townhouse complex and heading toward the neighborhood of single-family homes. None of us living out here had a ton of money, so all the houses were older, unimpressive, and mostly crowded close together. Still, it was better than pacing around the townhouse complex. As I walked, it felt like the entire town was fast asleep. Every house was dark and silent, and there wasn't a single sound echoing through the night. For the first stretch, I found it incredibly peaceful, just what I needed to clear my head and distress. As I kept walking down the street, however, I realized I hadn't made a single turn. I'd just been walking straight the whole time, which brought me even further toward the outskirts of town. The street very abruptly narrowed into a thin road leading toward much more spread out properties in a heavily wooded area. Since none of those houses had lights on except for the occasional dim porch light, I could barely make out their outlines hidden deep behind the trees. It was a starkly different vibe from where I had just been walking, but I was curious enough to keep going. I made it maybe half a mile in when suddenly a loud scream shattered the silence. It was a male voice, and it didn't sound like a desperate cry for help. It sounded much more like a harsh scream meant to grab someone's attention. It was hard to say for sure, though, and with no other ambient noise around, the sound echoed loudly through the entire forest, almost as if it were coming from every direction at once. I froze the moment I heard it, scanning the darkness, but I saw nothing. After waiting about 30 seconds in place, I resumed walking. I had no idea what that noise was, but I knew I'd likely never figure it out there in the dark, so I didn't even bother trying. Even putting the scream aside, the street I was walking down gave me a growing sense of unease the further I ventured. The streetlights seemed to grow dimmer and spaced much further apart, and the houses I could glimpse looked significantly older and more run down. They appeared neglected, weathered, and honestly not even lived in. Even the pavement under my feet was becoming cracked and overgrown, as if nobody used the road anymore. I knew this side of town wasn't doing well financially. I was broke like everyone else, but I had no idea this specific section even existed. The more I took it all in, the more I started to suspect it was a completely abandoned neighborhood, which made me deeply uncomfortable to be wandering around in the middle of the night. And then I heard that same scream again. It was nearly identical to the first one, but it sounded noticeably closer, and I was almost certain it came from directly behind me. I stopped dead in my tracks and spun around. The weak streetlights barely illuminated the stretch of road I had just walked down, and the total lack of sound made me intensely jumpy. Every tiny shift of a shadow in the dark made me worry someone was standing out there watching me. I recognized in that moment that I was becoming paranoid, and that I really ought to leave. I had no idea how far the road went, where it ended, or if it looped back toward my complex at all. I decided the smartest move was simply to turn around and head back the way I came. The only real issue was whatever or whoever was making those awful screams. Still, I turned on my heel and started back. My eyes remained locked onto the road ahead as I walked briskly, trying to get out of that wooded area as fast as my legs would carry me. I made it a couple of minutes down the road before I suddenly heard the scream ring out a third time, this time behind me, right from where I had just walked. Whoever it was, I must have walked right past them earlier, meaning they had to have been crouching and hiding in the woods. When I turned to look, I saw the silhouette of a man standing in the middle of the road. He was clad in all black or dark clothing, walking steadily toward me. I only stared for a brief second before turning back around and hurrying down the road even faster. Something about the entire situation just wasn't adding up. I had a strong gut feeling that if I stood there staring at him for too long, something truly terrible was going to happen. I turned my head to check over my shoulder several times after that. Despite seeing him actively walking toward me the first time, every single subsequent time I glanced back, the road behind me was completely empty. It left me wondering where on earth he could have vanished to so quickly. Maybe he saw me look back and stepped off into the trees himself, not wanting to make it obvious that he was following me. I thought that made sense, given how creepy and deserted the area was. Whatever was going on, I had zero desire to stay around and find out. I picked up my pace, finally breaking out of that strange, dark neighborhood and making it back to the area with the regular houses. It wasn't altogether comforting, though, as I still couldn't shake that eerie feeling of being completely alone out in the dark. Or perhaps the even worse feeling that I wasn't alone at all. Eventually, I made it back to my townhouse complex and unlocked my front door. I don't know if that walk provided the stress relief I had initially been looking for, but I was just relieved to be far away from those woods and whoever was screaming out there. I went into the kitchen, poured myself a glass of water, grabbed a quick snack, and sat down at the table for a moment to catch my breath. That's when I heard a distinct shuffling sound right outside my front door, followed by a sudden, heavy knock on the wood. I stood up from the kitchen table instantly, creeping toward the entryway as silently as I possibly could. First, I pressed my ear flat against the door to listen. Then I peeked out through the viewing lens. I hadn't turned my porch light on, so it was pitch black outside, but I could make out the faint outline of a dark figure standing right on my doorstep. After a few tense seconds, I was able to discern that they were definitely wearing dark clothing. I was practically certain it was the exact same man I had spotted briefly during my walk. He had tracked me all the way home. I pulled out my phone, backed away from the door slowly, and dialed 911, whispering my location to the dispatcher so I wouldn't make noise. Honestly, a part of me hoped the guy would stay on the porch long enough for the police to pull up and catch him. That way, I might finally get some answers because I was really starting to wonder what those terrifying screams in the woods were actually about. The man on the porch knocked 5 or 6 more times while I was on the line with emergency services before everything went quiet. Eventually, I crept back up to the door and looked through the glass again, but he was gone. When the officers arrived at my place, they took down my statement and asked a bunch of questions, but nothing ever came of the search. I brought up the screams I'd heard in the woods, and while the cops admitted it sounded suspicious, they didn't investigate the forest any further. I don't think I managed to sleep a single minute that night. While that was mostly the end of the main incident, over the course of the following month, I kept getting woken up late at night by loud, disturbing knocks at my front door. Every single time I rushed downstairs to check, the porch was completely empty. It's been a while now since his last visit, but I still feel a lingering sense of paranoia every night. I still don't know what was taking place in those dark woods, who was screaming, or what that man wanted from me. All I know for sure is that my gut tells me I came dangerously close to being part of something truly awful that night.